A quick introduction from myself here. I'm Evan Beitsch. I am the administrator of the RTP program here at the Division of Outdoor Rec. For those of you that joined us here in person and those of us that are joining online, thank you so much for being a part of this process, for joining us today. Why don't we kick things off with a little an introduction, maybe just like a very brief overview of your professional role and what you do. So I introduced myself. Why don't we start with the people in the room here? I'll start with you, Jenna. Be so kind.
Sure. I'm Jenna Jorgensen. I currently work for Demile Engineering as their environmental coordinator, but I started my career with the Forest Service, so I am known as the NEPA Ninja, and I'm an avid trail user.
Maureen Casper, I'm with the DLR, Contracts and Compliance Manager.
Patrick Parsel, I'm also with the DR. I'm the statewide trails program manager.
Chelsea Phillippe with the Forest Service Salt Lake Ranger District.
Christian Pepper. I have a little company called Better Bike Parks. We have built 4 of the bike parks in Utah, and I just love the community and trying to help develop the scene and people.
Brandon Stocksdale, National Park Service with the Rivers, Trails, and Conservation Assistance Program.
I'm Alex Davenport. I'm with Camp Hobe, and I love being outside and happy to be here.
Jake Deslauriers, Utah Conservation Corps. You're part of Utah State University, and I do a lot of biking, and I also really love the accessibility component of all of our grants due to the fact that I just got a new ankle a couple of years ago. Before that, I got no boating, a lot of boating.
Well, water shells.
Yeah, very true.
And then just to give another shout out to Jake, he serves on our Utah Recreation Infrastructure Advisory Committee, which is the final approval for all the recommendations here. So just thank you for double dutying on this one. I think it's awesome to have somebody at that level join this group as well. So appreciate it all the time. It's very engaged. And I am Patrick. I'm a Recreation Program Director here in the division.
Awesome. Cool. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and jump in. You guys know all those slides.
Online
people. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, you guys matter as well, and we do want to hear all of your opinions and voicing today. Brett, you're on the top of the screen. Let's start with you.
I matter. Yay. I love that. Hey, Brett Mciff. I coordinate the State Physical Activity and Nutrition Program at the Utah Department of Health and Human Services. So anything that gets people moving, I'm happy for it.
Awesome. Thank you, Brett. Dan, do we have you on here? You were here. Okay. We'll wait for Dan to come back here. Nicole, do you want to introduce yourself real quick? Nicole will be our legal advisor today. She may pop in and out, so maybe she's currently out for a second. While Dan rolls back in, I'm going to
Hey guys, sorry.
Hello.
Hey, I'm trying to multitask. My name is Nicole and I'm legal counsel. So if I can help, please let me know. And you probably were going to have to ask more than once. Because I have a issue with every time I try to use technology, it seems to explode in my hands. So that's on me.
Well, thank you, Nicole. And yeah, online folks, if you ever feel like you're having any connectivity issues, can't hear us or anything like that, please don't hesitate to raise your hand on there or shoot us a little message in the chat. We'll make sure that your voices are heard. So again, I'm going to jump in, just kind of give an overview of some of our numbers here before we get started, let you know what we're working with. So the total RTP available funding amount this year was $1,887,000. As you guys are likely aware, we have 2 kind of distinct categories within RTP. So we have the motorized category and we have the non-motorized. You guys are, of course, the non-motorized. So we already had our motorized meeting and they were able to award most of their funding. So they awarded 9 projects. And so we have 32 more projects awaiting here today for review. There, again, 32 of those for a combined total of, oh, geez, what do we got that? So just under 3 million. I don't have it displayed on here, but I do have it on our master spreadsheet. So I'll show that in a second. Just to give you an overview of the rundown here, we'll rank these projects, we'll score these projects today. All the resources that you're seeing in front of you are ranked based off the scores that you already provided in the evaluation process. And I'm going to touch on these resources shortly. So after today, we're going to take these projects for final approval to the Transportation Commission over at UDOT. So the Utah Department of Transportation is kind of the final approval body for these projects. And so these will be officially awarded on June 25th. So let's touch on some of the resources that you folks online are going to have access to, and that folks here in the room will also have access to physically as well as digitally. So whatever you prefer, and I'll touch on some reasons I enjoy the digital version. So this will kind of be our guide for scoring the projects today. Again, all of these are ranked based off of the scores that you guys already provided. And then, as you may recall in your evaluations, there was the opportunity to answer whether you thought the project was a high funding priority. And so that's reflected on these scoring sheets as well. So you can see we have a green, a yellow, and a red. So in these boxes where we have your names here, if it's a green, that means that evaluator ranked it as a high priority. If it's a yellow, that's a medium. If it has a red, it is a low priority. So one way to really make use of this digital version of the scoring sheet is you have access in these to not only the Salesforce application, which will have all of the documents and all of the questions and things like that. You also have links to the individual folders. So for any of these applications, if you click here on application title, it'll take you to the folder. And within these folders, you can pull up any of the stuff that I will also be sharing on the screen. So you got options. You can just watch me kind of cook over here and pull things up, or you can, hop in and dig around yourself. So you got options. What else? So that's really it as far as resources. Feel free to dig through those online folders as well. And again, there's backup copies of all the budgets, all the maps, all the photos, things like that. Just some brief touch on kind of how we as a state are supposed to administer this program. So the Federal Highway Administration has guidelines for how states administer their RTP funding. One of those kind of key requirements is the 30-30-40 rule. And basically that states that 30% of the funding needs to go to motorized projects, 30% needs to go to non-motorized, and then 40% can go to diverse projects, either supporting a mixed variety of recreation users or motorized and non-motorized applicants simultaneously. So there's some flexibility there. The only thing that there's not really a lot of flexibility with, unfortunately, is the use of our educational spending. So we have up to 5% of our budget can go towards education projects. So some good news, the motorized category did not spend a nickel of any of their education funding. So we have the full $94,356, and don't forget that 74 cents that can go towards education projects. So we have that at our discretion today. Our total education ask is a little bit over that. I think we're right at about 120. I'll confirm that here in a second, but we're a little bit over. So I don't think we are currently able to award every single education project. So something to know. That's pretty much it. You have your agenda in front of you. You're welcome to take a peek at that as far as timeline, just to kind of give you an idea of what we're up against today. After I finish doing this explanation, I'm going to toss it over to Patrick, who's going to give you an overview of what the scoring process looks like. I think this is a pretty, this group's been around the block a time or two. I think we know how this works for the most part, but we'll kind of touch on that process. Lunch will arrive here actually pretty soon. So I think we'll have lunch in about an hour, and we'll plan on wrapping things up around 3 o'clock today. So as long as nobody else has any remaining questions here, I'll pass it over to Patrick for a scoring overview. Do we have questions? Online or in person here? Okay, cool. All right, Mr. Patrick, do you mind?
Awesome. Well, thank you, Evan. So yeah, I'm going to be serving as kind of the chair. Maybe we'll just say the facilitator. And yeah, again, a lot of us have done this before, so great. But we have a lot of options in how we score. And I guess maybe some things just to think about, what do you value in this program? What do we value in this program? When we think about the things we're funding, we clearly have way more requests than we have funding, right? And I think last year, there was a lot of partial funding, trying to spread it out. Consider different activities. Are we trying to fund the diversity of activities? Think about diversity of areas in the state. Are we trying to? Again, and this is kind of something I hope organically we can discuss and kind of land on where we want to be. But again, I'm just going to be trying to facilitate when we take votes, the language I'm gonna ask everyone to use is we're gonna recommend these. You know, we're not awarding anything here since these will be approved first by the Utah Outdoor Recreation Infrastructure Advisory Committee, and then for final authorization through the Utah Department of Transportation. So we're just gonna recommend to move forward. It's gonna be our language. And then kind of keeping with the language, you know, we're not gonna deny anything funding. You know, maybe we'll table something, maybe we'll just move on. But, you know, let's not make motions to not fund things. You know, we keep it positive here, right? We're not recommending things in that case. But that's pretty much it for it. You know, we have this awesome list. I think this spreadsheet is really great. A great layout of kind of what's going on with our scores, with the funding priorities. Just a few other things to kind of keep in mind. We did update the UORG funds. You know, this is historically, you know, leveraging a lot with UORG. So we did update those. 4 of the 5 did receive UORG funding. You know, using this that as a match for this. And then the RTP motorized, we also have, I guess, is it just the 2, it looks like? So was it in Utah Avalanche Center, they did get a portion of this?
Yep, so Utah Avalanche Center was funded, their education portion of the project was cut, so that's what we do with access to that.
Okay, so they were funded 62,000, and their education portion perhaps was like just smaller than that?
It was about 15,000, I think.
Great, and then it looks like Grant County as well, they were awarded 76,000 from the motorist. So just want to bring attention to what those columns mean. Those are confirmed now, we've held those meetings. And then, yeah, we've got like kind of the green means it was a high priority yellow, mid priority red, low priority. We have the scores. So with that, I mean, essentially we can do block funding at any point. If you want to say like, hey, I want to fund, you know, scores from 100 to 91 or something, we can do block funding. And then kind of just take it, go from the list. I guess I'll just try to spread out who is presenting. I can see who actually, you know, evaluated these. So any questions with kind of scoring? I mean, hopefully it's just going to be kind of a fun, organic thing. I will try not to talk a lot. I will simply just try to facilitate. You all are here because of your expertise and diversity of kind of experience. So I guess I'll just open up for questions before we'll go ahead and get started.
This spreadsheet's really useful.
Yeah, this is a really good spreadsheet. I really like it. We'll probably try to model a similar thing.
Say in 10 years, this like lays it out.
Yeah, very good. Excellent. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I'm carrying that with me.
10 years, yeah.
And Alex is the bad guy this year.
I am the bad guy this year, according to this sheet.
That's what we were laughing at.
No, it's really helpful to see. So maybe I'll just go ahead and kick us off.
Just throw that out right.
Don't worry, I got somewhere. I'm the only red one too. So
Everybody's almost the bad guy. You're not consistent.
I think those things are important to keep in mind. And I will say, you know, when we do grants, the scores, the priorities, wonderful starting place. But in the end, the decisions are made through discussion and through just kind of maybe a more granular approach or even a more global approach. So this is a wonderful starting point. This does not have to be, you know, the authority here. So Alex, can I go ahead and call on you maybe we'll just start right at the top with our 100. This is the Expanding Adaptive Recreation in Utah State Parks project.
Yeah, let me, sorry, I have a little document that I created.
I'll kind of confirm one thing real quick. So on this digital sheet, is everybody that's a viewer able to click all the links and see what you need to see? Because I've been getting some edit requests. I just want to make sure folks can see and click the things they want to see. Everybody good there? Cool. Okay.
Oh, and I guess maybe one other thing too. At any time, anybody in this room can make a motion to, you know, advance certain applications. So everybody is empowered to do that. We don't even need your presentations, you know, to do it. If it's like, well, they've got 100, like, let's move it forward. So just want to make sure you feel empowered. So
Do we have a total for all the greens?
Let's give you that real quick. So the total for all the greens is more than the amount available. It is, oh, wrong column.
and are you, just for clarity, are you talking about the ones that only received greens?
I'm talking about the ones.
Scores with the 80,
only
score of 80
greens
above.
over there. I was looking at that funding priority greens. Yeah.
So that would put us at 1.2 million. So just over the amount available of 943,000.
And then maybe another just quick point of clarity, that additional 40 some odd thousand for education, does that mean, so instead of the 9 and change,
Right.
like it's actually closer to it?
No, so it just means that we had roughly, it was like 36 available to each, or that number might be a little bit off, but that full total was available to both categories, now that full total is just now available.
And
to-
it's part of the
to our county.
943 that you.
Exactly, it's within the.
They
yeah.
can be used, they maxed the amount that can be used for education, but it's not mandated use for education.
So
correct?
the motorized committee did not fund any education projects, so now we as the non-motorized category have that whole 5% available to us. It
Right.
doesn't mean more funding, it just means a higher
Well,
percentage.
no, but again, but we don't have to use that 5% for education, it's just that we
Yes,
can only
exactly.
use up to 5% for
Exactly.
education.
And just so you know, if you went to 86.25, that would throw you a little over at 952,000. So that's kind of where the threshold is, if you went to the percentage there.
I feel like I've said too much.
A long way to go.
I've notoriously talked too much.
Well, that's like good. I got it. That's a great way to start it, right? We have plenty of time. And I think these are great. Here I am now talking. We'll just talk the whole time.
Do you have a mini gavel?
We are gonna.
Where did that come from?
Where did this come from?
Yes.
Beautiful.
That's just what Patrick needs.
Well, just to kind of give you a peek behind the curtain, Evan and I, we talk about this program a lot, and I think some of the stuff that we really want to decide about this program is like, we have a wonderful luxury in the state in that we have some really good state funded programs. Like, if we go to Idaho, this is kind of it. We go to Wyoming, this is kind of it. That's not the case here, and so a lot of it is.
This was it.
Yeah, exactly, and so we're trying to kind of understand what is the best way we as a state utilize this, and I think there's a lot of opportunity for what that looks like. I don't want to be too aggressive in some of those decisions for this specific round, because we also have an obligation to educate our applicants, make sure that their expectations coming into it are fulfilled by our expectations coming out of it. But I hope in conversation, we can maybe talk a little bit about that, like what is the vision, how do we best use this? Evan is ultimately our authority on this, but we are nothing without input from all of the experts in the room. So that was just an invitation to talk.
I wanted to kind of propose what we did with LWCF. Are you and I the only ones still making holdovers?
Brad and Jenna was here.
Yeah. But, so what we did last year, or 2 months ago, because same situation, you got way more requests than you do funds, is we kind of looked at them in reverse order and said, okay, are there any at the bottom that we want to consider? So from the red category to the yellow category, and we can kind of go through, there are some there. And then we do the hard work of kind of figuring out amongst the green of where's that line drawn. So could I say we start that way?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, and especially I would almost say we can focus on those ones where some people mark them as high priority.
So,
If something no one marked as high priority, then maybe we can skip those, but I'm kind of curious to know, like, the Tabby one has someone saying high priority, the Super Crack and Sandy, like, maybe like those are the ones where I would be curious why they thought those were high versus, not.
So Brett, you wanna kick it off on Tabby Park?
I'm pulling up notes here really quick. I stood out very differently from everybody on the Tabby Park because it was it felt like a need in a random place that just kind of got lost somewhere along the way. So unfortunately, I'm still looking for my notes.
Let's do Tabby. I did. Yeah.
That was the one where it was like the sidewalk around the park, wasn't it?
It was a 10-phase project that was encompassing kind of like a pocket park, but they were trying to identify this area in a pretty rural area, and they're trying to build it out. They last year or 2 years ago got a UGOR project to build a paved trail around half of it, and they already have existing restroom facilities, which made it like really appealing. This ask is for another 1 mile of trail, making up phase 2. But it also encompasses, because the cost differences was really what hung me up. This encompasses another mile plus fencing. So the mile plus fencing, according to the contractor that they already have doing phase 1, was going to cost roughly $400K. So they did apply for UGOR funding for $153K, I believe, is what they thought. The costs were just all over the map. And then
they got 200.
Yeah, it's showing,
well, when you look at the budget,
Yeah.
there was a weird discrepancy, and then
There were several with budget problems. proposals this year.
And trust me, I'm a bleeding heart rural Utah, so anytime a rural thing comes, I always weigh it very drastically. But it did seem like the person writing the proposal was just like, we expect these funds. There was like a little bit of I had a lot of notes on the discrepancy and then the intentionality of that. But the project itself, it does look like it's partially funded now for the cost of phase one.
My question or proposal or kind of counter proposal to them would be could you do like a road base? Why does it need to be paved right now? Like, why not do, because you could do an unpaved segment there that could then be paved in the future, right? Kind of phase it. It's not ideal. They want like ADA accessibility, but like even with a properly done base material, you can still get accessibility with that and lower the maintenance costs and lower the installation cost, and then be able to use that base to put concrete on it in the future.
Because all the verbiage in the agreement and in the grant proposal was we want to continue with the same contractor and do the same. And that's actually where I got hung up, because then I looked at the budget of the first project from 2 years ago. And then I think we allot for like 30% right now for our inflation costs. Like most projects are usually at 30%. It was
Off of 12 months ago, you're saying?
often 12 months ago, 2 years ago. But this was, because there are a couple projects that are like a cycle ago, 18 months ago. Cost overruns are usually like 30%. This was basically double.
Wow.
Well, and because they were justifying the fence.
Yeah.
Which fencing is allowable, right?
It is, there was some language on our website a long time ago that it was not, and that's kind of carried over some confusion.
Right.
But,
We
it's
did it and
allowable.
we kind of stopped doing it, but we seem to be back to doing fencing.
It's up to the discretion of the committee.
And Brett, you have your hand up, looks like.
I do. Yeah, I finally found my notes because I'm ever so quick. I had the same question. Whoever was just talking about it, that why concrete over other hard surface? This would be so much cheaper with that pulp. It would be so much faster. It would be so much easier and so few problems. My favorite part was that the NEPA form submitted was for a project in another county. That one made me so happy. I'm like, I got something. Finally, I was useful. Now, I like the location. I'm also a rural person. I grew up in a small town. And it's so easy to be bypassed. This is not a sexy one. It doesn't look pretty. It's not gorgeous. There's no flashy anything about it, but it is reaching a population that's not typically reached to the extent that they could have been. Yes, phase one, phase two. But I put it as a priority because I thought it would be easy if they fixed a few things. But I'm willing to adjust.
The lack of NEPA is kind of disqualifying, isn't it?
Well, I wondered if they had one and then attached the wrong one.
I
But
think
my major concern was the budget. And full disclosure, I work for a competing engineering firm. But the standard rule of thumb is when you're doing a budget, the engineering is usually about 10%. The less complex a project is, the less it should be. Their engineering budget for a project that should already be designed was 15%. Should be more like 5 or 0 at this point. And then having no details about the rest, they just split everything else. They said fencing and I can't remember now. There was like construction labor and then
Fencing and concrete
fencing and
together.
concrete. They never said how much. Like we saw the map, but the numbers weren't working out for me, even though I think it would be a good project, especially in a disadvantaged area like that. I just was not comfortable with the way they rolled that budget out.
And I thought the same thing, and then I had to look back at the UGOR budget that they submitted, and it was actually detailed out, and the costs were totally different.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did they ask for 200? I mean, it shows 200 on here, but in their application, it shows the 155 in sales.
Yeah, it looks like it's 155.
Yeah.
And then
Where's it showing 200?
their
On the
budget,
spreadsheet.
their budget reflects that, and it makes me want to double check the UORG one too, because they were awarded a 200,000.
So you're saying
I just looked
York
at
was
that.
actually 155?
No,
No, they did get a 200,000.
yeah,
award
on
for
yours, it
us.
was a
That's what
200,
this, yeah.
200, Patrick.
And so, yeah, a little discrepancy. And then, and some of the, we can also get a little context, like in 2024, they got RTP funding. They still have 30-some thousand left on that. They got 200,000 from York in 2024. They have 90, or they have 106,000 remaining on that contract. So that was for phase one work. So,
Has anybody seen it? Have they built it yet?
I mean, they put in reimbursements. I haven't been out there. I mean, they've been working on this project for a good amount of years, it seems, in some form or another.
This seems like one that with some feedback and a little bit of polishing would be a strong contender next year. If they've got stuff they're still working on, it's not like we're gonna be leaving them dry.
Yeah.
So,
And it seems like there's a consensus to move on to another project. I mean, do we want to keep with the kind of the idea, start low and kind of creeping up? You know, our next one with the green would be the Super Crack and Battle of the Bulge Phase 2 with the Access Fund. Maybe we start with you, Jake.
I'm the budget guy. I already see it coming. I'm very familiar with the past submissions of this project. So yeah, I think the project itself is a great project. I noticed that this year they kind of diversified. My biggest hangup was that most of the budget was going to pay for full-time for FTEs or partial FTEs, which usually for me indicates that they're looking more for like capital campaign funding to do a thing. The input and also the input from the Nature Conservancy. I think they gave like $500, versus like Nature Conservancy, if they really had like the true investment of
they've got,
and because the other big hangup was the land. I'm living in Grand County and recreational lot in San Juan County. The land itself is adjacent to BLM, so it's a chunk of land that makes it super crack and climb. It's one of the most popular climbing areas in the Southwest, and there was a heritage site that was basically identified. There was a couple indigenous sites, and then this is trying to do like 3 different things at once. So it's trying to mitigate the impact of that site. The site is allegedly, and I couldn't quite figure out based on land documents, whether it was Nature Conservancy or public access private land, and it's just kind of all over the map. So I ranked it high, but I put it in high priority, but I actually was pretty critical like numbers.
okay, that's helpful.
Yeah.
I also am, and if you see, this is one where there's 2 recommendations and then negative Alex over here. But I saw the same thing with the budget. I mean, if you're thinking about sustainability moving forward, if we're using grant funding to pay these people, what's telling us that in the future they're going to have funding to continue this? I'm also appreciate rural funding because they're kind of a lot of times they're left out of it. This was pretty rural and kind of a smaller climbing base. I'm not super familiar with how many people visit the area, but I did find that it was, it's an archaeological site. It's an important place. There's the Youth Conservation Corps aspect to it that I did like. It was hard for me to get over the budget. The scoring that I did was decent except for the budget.
So I didn't review this one, but so the budget concern is towards the FTE, not that there was discrepancies in the budget.
My budget concern was that a lot of it was FTE. It was like a substantial cost. So there's, I'm gonna just spitball that looking at the budget. There's like a couple weeks of Youth Conservation Corps programming, both Bears Ears Partnership and Ancestral Lands, which makes up roughly, I'd say like 25K. There's an archaeological FTE like cost.
A large and ongoing cost.
33,000.
The project does mandate an archaeologist has to be on site for every time they move any dirt.
Well, I can speak to that. So as far as the archaeological request, so this is a project that a portion of this received previous RTP funding for a lot of the work that they're doing in this region. What they encountered was doing labor on the Nature Conservancy property required way more NEPA coordination than they ever dreamed of, and that's what opened up those expenses for having archaeological monitoring. They were not anticipating that, and that's what carried over to this application, at least for that expense.
It does seem frustrating that there was a lack of commitment from the Nature Conservancy.
And this area is one of the most visited climbing areas down.
I also marked it as high priorities because I think it does get so much visitation and like needs that protection. I had the same concerns. I didn't see as much of it with the budget. Just it was mostly like the stewardship director line item where it's like he's not going to be in the field at all. Like this is just his job to like be the stewardship director. Like, that shouldn't be in here in my mind. Yeah, in my mind, it's an important project, which is why I ranked it as high, but,
Funding youth corps work and field work, that's not a problem.
yeah.
But, yeah, doing salary.
Does that youth corps, is that part of education or would that be separate from education?
Okay, be separate, yeah.
Awesome.
We don't educate, we just work, we get the jobs.
I did put a note to see like if there's a potential to do some partial funding on this one. It was a huge ask, and then again, it was, I think, 18% of the entire budget was that our archaeological monitoring portion of it, which I just struggled to get across. But
Okay, I feel like I had a good discussion there. Let's just keep it going. Can I call on you, Jenna? Talk about Sandy, Jordan, SL Canal Trail. This is average score 75 with a high, 2 lows, and medium.
Yeah. So Sandy City got a substantial raise grant 2 years ago, but then every funding got frozen for a while. The funds were released, and with inflation, now they have a little bit of a shortfall. And so they came to the program to make up that difference. I did not rank this as one that I wanted to fund as a priority because they did not justify either of the trails that were included. They talked a lot about the larger master plan, which I'm sure they copied from their raise grant, but as far as where the RTP funding would be spent, I could not find the justification for these two trails.
Same thing they did with the East Jordan Canal Trail, as far as funds getting tied up and then trying to make it over the finish line. Just
Yeah, that was weird. Like it was like a duplicate grant. I was like,
They
what
copied
is-
off everything.
Yeah, I was like, what is this? I gave it like I think almost straight zeros or what. It's like this is.
you call me negative?
Well, okay, it's also the bottom ranked one. I mean, it was consistently all red, so I'm negative with
justified.
And then you have Pollyanna over here who was super excited to go, ooh, an urban trail. I love this, especially on State Street. That makes me feel warm and fuzzy. You know, I didn't get caught up in the details on it. I was super excited about the number of people it would reach, the safety aspect, the fact that it would be a part of a completion. Yeah, could have been written better. And there were a couple ways I was a little confused how they were going to do it. But at the same time, it is a really highly used area, or could be very highly used. Is it right for this grant? I'm not entirely sure, but.
exactly. That was my concern, is like, of the $200K out of the $2 million cost, like Sandy's a big city. I'm not saying that they don't deserve funding, but this doesn't seem like the right fit, especially with the ambiguity on that.
Well, and it feels like the trail would cut through a city block that has sidewalk around it from what I saw. And so it's not like there is no access, it's just different access.
I'm surprised to see they didn't apply to you work, honestly. But I mean, this is kind of, we're touching on a bit of a conversation, like, is this the type of applicant who could utilize these funds or not? Like, I love these conversations as we're trying to kind of think about this program more, who's it serving, how is it serving them? But yeah, I'm actually surprised they didn't apply to you work. There's a lot more money there.
I mean, my notes are basically that it will probably go ahead without RTP specific funding. And then there's also a weird, they checked no on the public access box, according to my notes. Did anybody else catch that?
So there is no
trail. Just for me to walk my dog every morning.
I mean, obviously, it's not true, but given the fact that it's probably a professional replica that makes far more money than I do in a large city, that was interesting.
I was solidly in the middle, just like, if we have money, cool, but yeah, I think they'll find funding elsewhere. It doesn't seem to be the best fit.
Okay, well, moving on, I mean, do we want to keep kind of climbing up the yellows and identify where we see some of these greens to talk about as maybe the first determinant? That would put us at the 22nd Street trailhead from Ogden City requesting $61,000. For project cost $106,000. Who have I? Chelsea, I haven't called you yet. Do you want to talk a little bit about this project?
Not see.
Sure. It seemed like a neat opportunity to pull a lot of parking out of the neighborhoods. And it looked like they were disturbing too much land to add that additional parking. Also, this is my first go around, so please don't think I'm just kidding. I'm also learning a lot as I hear how we go through this. But it looked like a lot of opportunity to add parking, take away the frustration from the locals, everyone parking in their neighborhood. We deal with it a lot on our district, so seeing someone trying to find that solution was cool.
Can I ask a question? How does this interact with the 27th Street trail? Do you know?
Yeah, I can speak a little bit on that. This 22nd one, it's been an issue in the city for a long time. Mayor's tried to address it. There is another organization, which I'm surprised I didn't partner a little bit heavier with Ogden City about it. The Trails Foundation in Northern Utah, they've asked for a lot of funding in the past. They've put a lot of work in that, and they've had a pretty significant private backer to help that. A lot of that land was donated by that one individual. And so I scored it a little bit higher, one, because I know that it's been a problem for quite a few years, and two, because there's been a really robust solution to be found on this. I thought Ogden City's proposal was really governmentally straightforward, and their timeline was actually really pretty concise, and it'll get done rather quickly, and for the amount that they were asking, I thought it was a pretty good fit. That's why I ranked one that I ranked high.
Your timeline was impressively fast.
Almost unrealistic.
Yeah, for government work, it's that's impossible.
You don't live in Ogden.
So the proposal's to pave the extended area or what?
Yeah, to add more parking in that extended area.
Okay, but it would be paved and curb and gutter, kind of the full facility.
It looks like it, yeah.
I mean, could it be done without paving?
Probably yes, but the dust and everything else that would kick up in that community, if they're gonna do it, just do it right that first time.
Yeah, it is a small amount.
I had some concerns with the budget. The applicant's cost share was all going to landscaping.
That was it.
It's a
interesting
parking area, and then they're like, oh, boulders, 5 boulders for $16,000, or $1,600 each. Nothing was matching up there for me. So as much as I really like the project, and they didn't really describe the need well, but I believe it, I could not feel comfortable with budget the way they presented it.
Landscape's a perennial issue with this grant. It's not an allowable expense, right?
I think they're just trying to match the current
It's a
look
match.
of the parking lot, maybe.
But even so though, but we can't fund it. Can it be used as an allowable match? I had that question.
It would have to be very much an integral part of a trailhead, but a
Right, so
shrubbery that
if you're
has,
putting boulders in to keep OHV off of a motorized trail, that's more into design of the actual trail, not just aesthetic, nice trailhead, right, landscaping. And that's the difference here, is that in the past, we've had huge problems with they're gonna put in sprinklers and they're gonna put in plants and beautify the trailhead, but that is not part of the actual trail system. And I can't remember if there's what the federal rule is. I thought it was that we could not do landscaping.
I would have to confirm that. I would go back to does it play an active role in the trailhead, in the trail, a bush, not so much, but it kind of same thing with signage. Is this a sign that's providing directions, or is this an appealing, aesthetic sign?
Sure. So the actual paving of a trailhead and stuff, that's totally stuff we can do all the time with this grant. But does the landscaping stuff count? Because I have that question on several others about allowable matches.
I'll have to confirm that.
I mean, they at least had the wherewithal to not put it in there as part of what they're asking from us. That was the thing that they said they would contribute at least.
But I do
we got
get
the
that.
drawings.
Yeah, I mean, it is part of a parking area. There is landscaping. It always does happen.
Sure.
And in my mind, is it excessive to what the project is?
You have a cheat sheet, a federal allowable
If
expense?
I'll do some digging. And that's something we have the discretion to do as well. It's make specific, we can fund specific aspects of a budget.
Sure.
We can do contingencies as far as like, this is awarded, but if they can confirm that they are able to, a little more skin in the game.
Yeah, and like curb and gutter drainage type stuff, that was another thing in the past that we've had issue with. And again, not saying that that's the rule, but, we'll fund paving at trailhead, but then there's concern about, and then there's always the perennial, what's a sidewalk versus a trail question, so. We'll get to that later. Yeah, we'll get to that later, I'm sure.
It's hard, I think we all like the idea of this question. We don't always just want to build a trail without giving it the resources it needs to not impact communities.
Which is what happened.
Yeah, exactly. Here's a brand new trail. We haven't thought about access. But at the same time, I think it comes into the bigger question of what do we want to do with this limited RTP funds as well? Do we want this to go into maintenance?
Is it
infrastructure?
RTP's funding's responsibility because they didn't plan ahead?
Yeah.
So looking at this budget, we seem to be okay with all of the requests, all the requested funds, right? Like we're cool with them spending the money to pave the parking lot. There's no question there.
Yeah.
And for a relatively small dollar amount to fix this problem, that seems reasonable to me. But again, it comes down to, is from the administration perspective, are you guys fine with them using that $29,000 as the match?
Was it $29,000 match? And can you scroll up just to the match?
So they do have some in kind as well.
Sure, they're gonna donate their backhoe and their
The boulders that are there.
the boulders. Forget the boulders.
See, that's the full 29
Yeah.
highlighted there in the applicant funds column.
Which meets the threshold, but it wasn't overly impressive.
And so,
It could have been a little more descriptive.
You haven't seen those boulders.
and so here's the in kind section. It's the boulders for 5 for 8,400, and an underlying aggregate base material for build up. They have 7,500 materials for that. More detail would be nice here, but I imagine the 29,000 is not including the boulders. I imagine it's the actual.
Yeah, it's got a sprinkler, it's
Design
got
input,
a ground cover,
Which does that already exist there? And if not,
It looked-
don't make it.
Exactly. Right.
I don't think there's.
Can we see the
picture
of
the existing site?
Yeah. Let's see. There's the boulders. They are nice.
Those are $8,000.
Those are very nice.
They're
Let's see. Was that helpful?
Are surprisingly expensive.
Yeah, you're right.
I want to say climbing.
Yeah, but you live in Moab, man. I mean, that's where we're getting all the rocks from.
I think I'm shipped from Colorado, over the border.
I'm just gonna run through these photos real quick. I don't know if this will take me to the next one. So there's a pavilion on site.
It doesn't look like it's landscaped.
But maybe part of it was private property, so they couldn't landscape it.
Maybe that happened prior to.
Yeah, it doesn't look landscaped, or at least it was 20.
I've checked the records. Ogden City owns the property. I guess I didn't look how far back they've owned it, but.
Does anyone know, because the parking is there, they are just expanding it. I've been trying to scan, how much are they expanding? I can't actually find a number.
They don't say how many stalls, how many.
Was that
ADA
map
stalls.
They also
showing it?
did-
There's a
The
map
design
that gives an
that's
estimate.
back one, it's like
Yeah.
photo 3, I think, or 2. I think actually showed like a slatted section.
yeah, they have a
They're gonna
site.
expand it.
They got a lot of benefit of the doubt from me just because I can easily understand this. But there were not a lot of details that said, here is our need, here's how many homeowners are impacted. We
Yeah,
know
right
we need
there.
at least this many more
Oh, that's asphalt
stalls.
removal. Okay.
Those are total.
I-
They're not
yeah.
shop parking.
If you scroll down
Oh, do they?
to
Oh.
the second map,
There it
it shows
is.
There
it.
we go.
They don't say what the yellow is.
I'm assuming that's just dirt parking for trailers. But I'm assuming, because they don't say.
So it does look like it's over doubling capacity, based on that.
Plus that south piece there, that's new as well, right?
And I also approached it in it's not that big of an ask, but I was making the assumption off of last year when we had a lot more funding. So, $60,000 compared to $200,000 max doesn't seem like a ton. But if we fund on that principle, we're gonna run out of task.
Yeah, I feel like we can, I'm glad that we know why some people rank it as high. I think we all see the need, but maybe go to the next one.
I mean, yeah, we can kind of just
Yeah.
keep it on the back.
Yeah, I just like have it in my head of like, okay, now I understand why some people put it high.
So we're on the front of the sheet, so
Yeah.
we're not looking at the back.
So if we go to our next yellow with a green, it's gonna be the Intermountain Trails, North Davis, Bonneville Shoreline Trail and Safety Education Project. Request is for 200,000. Total project cost 714,000. This project did receive an award for 663,000 from the award last week. Who have I not called on? Patrick, I don't think I've called on you. Go ahead and give us a call.
Yeah, this was a mix of stuff between new trail construction, which was a little perplexing just because I feel like there's already existing trail there. And so it looks like they're like almost improving it and kind of calling it new trail construction in some parts of it. There's some bridges, which I believe were part of the UORG ask that was funded. And then there's a big restoration component as well. That is, and education part of it as well. Trail education and safety, marketing staff, community outreach, rec supplies. But this is all BST right up in Davis County. Real important section of the BST. Yeah, it was, I thought it was good, but it was a lot. It was a big ask. I was kind of just iffy on it.
Brandon, you want to talk us about our green?
I think my bias is towards that it is doing BS2 improvements in a rapidly developing area. So I'm inclined, just seeing the struggle over the last 10 years, trying to fill the gaps of the BST. If there's anywhere that we can really anchor it on the ground, it's a win. But I would share the similar concerns. You've got other expenses. They did get a lot of funding. They would still be able to do a lot of the work, it seems, without this funding.
I was gonna ask Patrick, now that we know that it did get funding from UORG, does that change anything? And it can be both. It can be like you want to fund it more or less.
I would say less in my mind.
Okay.
Because a lot of, and again, this is,
Cut out the
trail like $62,000 of this ask is for non-BST trail repair stuff, so plant restoration, which is important. Like we don't want to spread invasives, but like it's almost a restoration and education ask rather than the actual trail construction, which is being all awarded already.
What on this is actual on the ground of the dirt trail work? What's the ask?
None.
Clarifying question for the chair. Aren't there also extra BST funds carried over?
Yeah, so maybe more clarity on that $663,000 award. We actually only awarded $440,000 to it, and we're pulling. We have a remainder $226,000 from a BST account, so we're sliding that into this project. So, and then I think one thing with when they are going to do work matches, I think you have to take those on a case-by-case basis because some of them are depending on the RTP to match the UORG, where it's like, hey, I can't actually use the UORG unless I get this match here. Others are looking at different elements of it. It's like, well, these are eligible over here. So, yeah, you really kind of do need to do case-by-case. There's some stuff that's eligible at an RTP that is not eligible for UORG or reverse. There's certain aspects that's better to go through UORG because, we have less like labor requirements. And so I think where they're using it as a match, maybe it's more important. If they're using it for additional components that you feel aren't as needed, maybe less important, but I would recommend just case by case on that.
Well, on this too, for UORG, they only show on their budget for this 35,000. So they're only using a small portion of UORG award as a match. They don't show the whole 663 ask on RTP.
That's a great thought. And that's, I guess, I'm the one who updated our UORG funds, but I knew the projects that are using RTP as a match, but I didn't pull the exact amount. I probably should have gone through and looked at their budget to see what they're utilizing with UORG. So maybe as we look at some of these, we'll just clarify that.
I agree with both Patricks. If the trail component of it is being funded, then that's the main thing we would want to do with this.
The ask to RTP is in my mind, education and restoration project.
It's ancillary to
which I'm not saying is not important, but it's just clear that we understand that's what the ask is from us for this project.
And that was, like I said, at the heart of my high ranking was that it's doing BS2 trail work. So if the BS2 trail work is already being funded, then I'm cool to move on. That's the correct term, right?
Okay, well, we move up to the Jordan River Lighting Project. Who am I? I don't think I got to call him Christian yet. Christian, you were a yellow Jordan River application 5406 requesting $186,000 for a $373,000 project. Category is facilities.
5406, you
Oh.
said.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I kind of just gave it average scores. I feel like it seems like legit safety ask and like good for access. And it's nice that there's like Strava data showing that there's, good usage. I feel like the big hits for me were, I feel like the budget for the lighting itself seemed on par, but I didn't really believe in their maintenance numbers. Like when I looked up maintenance numbers, it said that what they put in as their maintenance amount would be taken up just by like painting and cleaning them, let alone like the solar batteries that have to be replaced every 5 to 10 years, I think it is, that are significantly more than that. So I don't know. Yeah, no partners on it either that I saw.
That's good thoughts. Anybody else who reviewed it or anyone want to speak on it?
I struggled on this one. I actually asked my wife about it too. I said, okay, lighting versus non-lighting, would you use a trail? And she said, no, I wouldn't feel safe. And that's one of my blind spot bias areas. So trying to recognize that, like,
She said she would use it with lighting, or she wouldn't?
she would be more inclined to use it with lighting.
Gotcha.
Right? And talk to a few people about that. And that is a legitimate problem that we have, particularly on the Jordan River. There are some safety concerns on the river, but it's a fairly big ask. We're not adding new miles of trail, but we are making a trail more usable to more people. And so I really struggle on like medium, high, like that's kind of where I was at.
As a woman, I saw the lighting and I was like, oh yeah, I would use the trail. Where I may not use it if it's dark.
And that's
So
what our data is on too.
Yeah, so there is data to show it,
It was a simple project. I like that, straightforward, and it does make efficient use of an existing facility that they are maintaining.
there is a lot of data showing the safety concerns on the Jordan River Trail, and there's been a huge investment for decades to get that trail completed.
Maybe that's a good candidate for partial funding, because even
Yeah.
lighting part of the trail is still going to get you some of those benefits.
Well, and again,
It's a hard thing to write when you're doing a grant to say, look, we have a real scary part of our trail. We really just don't want people to come here without light. I mean, it's kind of hard to like trash yourself by still demonstrating need. So, I mean, it's really important. I went a little different direction than you'd think. I was like, okay, but I'm a dark sky fan, so I have to come in and address that. Is it going to affect wildlife? Is it going to affect our light pollution? Is it going to be another thing? Can we at least address it from some aspect? I want to see the lighting. I want to see an urban trail. I want to see it used and people feel good. But I don't know the need, and I don't know how they're going to. Great, it's lit. That just makes it easy for me to, rob you in the light. Okay, that's fine. Brandon, there's the spark. I had to do it.
How many miles of lighted?
2 miles.
Okay. I mean, I've never seen a project like this come through, so it's pretty unique, which I think is cool. The safety aspect is important.
There seems to be a pilot project opportunity here too. Like if you can prove the model on this 2 mile segment, this domino to see lighting improved along other segments of the corridor.
The question I have is if anyone else thought it was weird that there's a big gap right in the middle of the map. It's like we light this 0.7 mile long section, but we don't actually connect it to this other lit section. Or if that's already lit, I'm not sure.
I was wondering if it was.
Yeah, because I feel like it becomes way less useful if you've got less than a mile versus 2 miles of like, if somebody's going out to run after dark, I feel like having this tiny swatch and then another swatch doesn't make it.
And that's where all the criminals are gonna.
Right. It's like,
That's your
are you actually going to use the other half?
Segment right there.
Incentive, like,
Gotta run real fast on this section.
We called them fartleks as a kid, like when you do sprint exercises on your distance run.
It looks like that's co-aligned with the street, so I wonder if there's street lighting already there.
Maybe there is.
Is that by the Superfund site?
But
No, that's in Midvale. I was wondering if it was the water treatment plant.
I was trying to figure out.
Because
Right there.
It's those fields right there, right?
Yeah, or there could be like encroachment issues where the lighting would go that they don't have permission for that yet.
Or what I'm actually, having worked for a city, I'm betting that they're gonna do a development agreement. When that comes in and develops, they're gonna require them to light the trail. They'll require them to do some kind of trail access from the neighborhood. And then as part of the impact, they're gonna say you're gonna put the lighting in.
This wasn't something they addressed in the application.
I don't see a
we're-
road going there, by
we're
the way,
assuming
that
that,
would
but-
be giving light.
Having worked for a city, that would be my bet.
And I missed that map when I was reviewing this, or I probably would have caught the gap too and thought. That limits what you can do.
Well, I think it's good to know about the project. We have it in our brain.
And that's like we've already, inevitably, we're gonna talk probably a lot about partial funding, right?
Yeah.
Kind of the reality, but
So
it does seem like they have it split into two pretty clear segments, top half and bottom.
I don't see any lighting on the segment that's dark currently. Like looking at it from street view, I don't see any, lamps in there.
Because it's undeveloped.
Okay, well, I guess we go move on. So we've gone through all the yellow
Go back
and
to
reds.
the Vernal one.
Skipped, yeah. Just has one green right there.
Yeah, I put it as green.
Oh, sorry, you're hanging over there on the edge.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Vernal, field office, spectral maintenance equipment. Jacob, how do you know that?
You had to pick that one, didn't you? I saw that one come across and I went, oh crap. I'm very familiar with the Vernal field office. I'm very, very familiar with the area they're trying to address. There's a need for the rangers to have new equipment essentially. So they're asking for 2 mountain bikes and 1 e-bike, and then a whole bunch of other stuff to basically do a big partnership with their local bike maintenance volunteer program. It's a great project. They're really trying to, I think they got to go hang out with our friends down in Cedar City, and they built all this great infrastructure, and they're trying to figure out how to get some equipment so that they can use it to maintenance the trails.
Well, we funded the Price field office for the same thing last year under RTP. And now they're sharing staff, so I'm sure they
Yeah.
heard it from them.
And my heart goes out, and the Vernal, in full disclosure, Vernal field office is one of my favorite BLM field office. I'm gonna go on the record.
This is the public meeting.
Ah, damn it. But I think this one, I think you can give partial funding to this one and cover a few and not cover all of it. It's like $6,000 per bike plus an e-bike. $13,000 is like the equipment costs. You could give a partial funding and get them to try to figure out how to make it work.
I think that's a good idea. I just kind of said that I wasn't excited about this one because it seems like a BLM problem, not an RTP thing that I would necessarily fund. But the prices on all of the stuff that they listed out seem legit. My other question is NUM, is that the name of the partnership? Like, yeah, I think, are they already getting the trail maintenance done irrespective of BLM's involvement? Because it seems like they're not, they would rely on BLM to give them projects.
Yeah, NUM's like hanging on by a thread.
Oh, so they're like barely active anyways.
Yeah, this is like
Gotcha.
a shot in the arm to like get them to give a priority to the thing. And I also know, oh, this is great, it's not a public meeting. I also know that the BLM is trying to leverage a large foundation grant from BLM. So the foundation, just went to Vernal. They're going to fund a project to try to leverage all those private dollars to specifically this system.
Okay.
Could NUM use some RTCA help?
Yeah, and I've been helping them. I've been helping them a little bit. We did training out there with them recently, trying to improve the cooperation between them and the field office. Yeah. I ranked it as a high priority. One, because of what we did with Price field office last year. But two, like if we, it frustrates me when a land manager like has mountain bike trails or whatever it is, and they're not actually able to go and like recreate on them as part of their job and to do maintenance and get out there. Like when I had to go out and meet with them, like I had my bike, but then it was like, oh, I'm not gonna, we're gonna walk to like go like 4 miles out on this mountain bike trail to go like see the issue. And so I think it just helps them be a better partner to the public, to have the equipment that they need to do their mandate.
You saying that NUM is hanging on by a thread changes my mind about this one, because I thought that NUM from the documentation was already pretty active in like doing volunteer maintenance in the area, and that maybe BLM was like, oh, we're supposed to be designating which parts you should work on. But if NUM isn't really doing anything, then I feel like relying on BLM more to be in charge of like access and help.
Yeah, and I know NUM wants to reinvigorate itself, but I think it would help if the BLM had the resources to have that cooperation happen a little better.
Yeah, I think. I think they should highly consider doing 2 e-mountain bikes instead of 2 mountain bikes, especially because they have it listed as cheaper.
The issue is McCoy Flats, like federally cannot allow any motorized vehicle.
Oh, it's off access to class 1 too.
Yeah. Gotcha. And so, and that won't be changing anytime soon. And so that's the main.
Now knowing that we already funded the price one, I'd like to change mine green officially.
And again, it was also a low dollar ask for what I know will be important to the field office. And so I'm not saying we have to put it to a vote now, but like if we have $13,000 left over that we are looking to assign, just keep that in mind.
My question is, I don't remember from a couple of years ago, do e-bikes, do we hit the Made in America requirement?
We do not. We have a waiver for all of our RTP projects.
Yeah. And so with these, and I try to navigate this a little bit in our OHV grant as well, because we'll do equipment, but then we'll see in kind, or we'll see like some type of match, and this one, their labor is the match, and you think, okay, what is that? So like, how do we feel about like their actual plan for the labor to utilize these? I didn't see anything in the abstract. I know they talk about it in the description that they're going to do certain on the ground.
The labor match is coming through BLM, not through NUM.
Yeah, it says as a project match, they will commit labor from its seasonal park ranger, maintenance staff, and other rec planners, dedicate at least 40 hours to trail monitoring using the new bikes. So like, is that an appropriate match for equipment? I just always think it's interesting to match anything with equipment, unless you're doing like, post-purchase, like, oh yeah, well, we need to install this stuff, we need to provide. Just trying to navigate.
Like match with consumables, maybe like we need a new set of tires every 6 months and new grips or something.
Well, I know firsthand it's probably hard for them though, a budgetary line item as a federal entity. Because they are putting in, I think, like $500K of private dollars for McCoy Flats through the foundation. It's kind of impossible for the feds to.
Well, being a sister DOI agency, purchases are heavily scrutinized right now. Most of them are being taken all the way up to the secretary's office. And so it's basically just a no. So this is a way for them to get around that. Otherwise, it's likely a year before they'd be able to do anything.
I definitely trust that they're gonna go out. Anybody's looking for an excuse to get out of the office. But especially where that's their mission. I mean, they're passionate about this. That's their resource.
Well, they've been doing a ton of mountain bike work the last couple of years.
And I would rather our lane managers be controlling mountain bike trails, not on foot, but on bikes. So, and they're gonna just make them that much more efficient.
They're doing trail work as some of the in-kind as well, not just monitoring.
My main critique is that the tools that they were buying were not like packable tools you could actually, you're not gonna ride around with a long handled cloud. So, but that was my only critique, that they should get some of the packable tools.
Yeah.
So is this one we can come back to?
Yeah.
Put this with the lighting in the parking lot.
We can come back to any of them.
I'm just annotating, like, of the 5 that we've looked at, 2 of them we said no, 3 of them were saying maybe.
I could officially change mine to Highland.
I
I was curious what the funding priorities. I was like, is that fundable? I'll just put middle.
Yeah, I think one of the strengths of this program is its ability to fund equipment. You know, a lot of our state programs,
Thanks,
at
y'all.
least our UR program cannot fund equipment, except for adaptive. And so that is a strength here, you know. And so as we look at the larger discussion of what are we doing with this program, those are some of the comments I think would be really helpful, you know, just like where does this program, you know, and how do we communicate this program so we're making sure we're getting applicants who, you know, are utilizing it for how we want it to be utilized.
Will you do the lighting in the parking lots as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I know, I do look at some of these, I was like, why didn't you apply more? We had, I mean,
Way
we
more
were
than
awarded
some
$19 million this year. I'm like, there's a lot, you know, and I look at the ones that utilize UR, it was like,
First
great,
year was like
it's a really strong
$200,000.
program. But yeah, and then I guess some of these, it's like, you should have, you're not, I mean, you were still really competitive. I mean, you know, it's, we had like $30 million in requests, and so, and that was after cutting out like almost 12 million of disqualified applications, so.
Well, this was the first year though, that you guys also you didn't direct. There's a little bit less handling, right? Like they applied for it and you were just like, you know.
Yeah,
And
we,
instead of years past, you guys did creative filtering.
Right.
Yeah. And you get applications, be like, what? That's a wrong bucket.
developed a permission structure to disqualify a lot of applications through front loading a lot of clear resources. Just because it's just too hard to program now.
May I request that before lunch, I know people are hungry. Can we move to the top of the list and like get one that we all love
There you
and
go.
just like feel real good about eating our sandwiches?
Can I make a motion to fund 100 through 91.67 right off the bat, which there are absolutely no.
We do have one medium for the new sea trail, but the motion's still on the table.
Oh, we have one medium, yeah.
You know, that right column, it slides over there.
Well, that right column.
It's
Well, he's not that important.
It's also Patrick.
Oh, that's fine.
I'll let
Shots
Patrick make comments if he has.
No, like great application. I love they got from the org as well. And now that I've seen how I wasn't sure if they were for different phases than they are for different phases. I think it's mostly is that the best use of this. UORG seems like the best application for it, and they already got it, which is great. This is an area rich in trails. This adds just one more trail. It wasn't a high priority because they already have so many mountain bike trails. It's the main thing.
So they want to rebuild the sea trail?
No, it's a new trail.
Oh, adding a new.
Yeah, so they're adding a new directional trail to have less user conflict on the existing sea trail.
Yeah,
Some
we
things
saw
that I liked about it are that, like, I don't think it's just adding new stuff. I think that there was a really warranted focus on more advanced terrain because, Utah as a whole has, per their documentation, they said it's supposed to be a bell curve of like green trails, and then the biggest part of the bell curve serves the intermediate blue users, and then the black side is supposed to be, a bell curve is equal on the black side and the green side, right? But we are heavily missing out on like good black trails all around the state, in my opinion. There's so many green and so many blue. And I like that this had a heavier distribution of the new stuff going in as being advanced. I think that that's really warranted.
Good context. So we do have a motion on the table still. That motion was to recommend the top three as moving forward. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that motion.
You made the motion.
I know.
I made the motion.
Oh, you made the motion.
He asked for the feel good. He asked for
I asked for the feel good
before, and I was like,
He
well,
made a
that's easy.
All right, so, yeah, the motion has been seconded. Any discussion on this? We did have some good discussion going on with looking at that one yellow. Any other thoughts?
I guess, my only question is just, I'll give a quick summary of the beers. There's one, that was not one that I reviewed or I looked at. I'm just curious to know what exactly it is.
Yeah. Is that the top one?
The third one.
That's the third
Okay.
one.
I'm curious about the first one when we're done with that.
Because I kind of last minute put on this committee, I did not text Brian about this, so I will know more when I get there. But from the proposal, it seems like it's building upon a huge relationship that got built up. So Canyon Country Youth Org went bankrupt. It's part of the Four Corners School of Outdoor Education. It's now part of the Bears Hills Partnership, Monticello Field District. and the Forest Service, Bears Ears Partnership, and the Bears Ears Coalition is trying to do a whole bunch of trail work down in our canyon, Woodshed Canyon, Peavine Canyon.
So it's like 90 miles of trail work.
Yeah,
I think a huge amount. So
I was not actually aware of this proposal even going through, which, full disclosure, Brian's a dear voting friend of mine. But when I read it, I was like, oh, wow, that's really well written, and it is clear, and it's utilizing a resource that does Indigenous youth programming in a place that's was kind of put on the back burner with all the litigation that was happening with Bears Ears. And they're going to address a whole bunch of issues right off the bat. So I thought it was like the clearest, like that one's easy.
bang for buck. This is like one of the highest utilization of funds.
Yeah, I love any of the maintenance stuff that we can do. I think it's the best use of this.
Did we fund this organization last year?
Bears Ears, yes.
Probably.
Partial, okay.
They've gotten a lot of funding over like
I
since
remember
they've been there, but they're doing, like I said, tons of miles.
Yeah, and the applicant is the Forest Service, which doesn't, the man type never puts in a lot of applications. And I live down there. And the Bears Ears Partnership is coming up with a huge cash match. So they're leveraging cash donor dollars, basically double the amount of miles. And but my only issue is the narrative that they got from some of the new Bears Ears staff about the road hitch. So if you never lived in the trail work world, I was like, hitch, don't put that on a grant application.
So there was no question about funding that at 100%, like no way to split it up or do partial, because I think what we did last year feels like they requested 2 years of funding, and I think we funded them for 1. Is that familiar?
Sounds right.
I think that was a different forest, but yeah.
Same concept.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think last year there was a number, like a lot of the ones that were more maintenance-based, it was like, okay, a lot of them were asking for 2 years, and the choice was to make 1 year. And like, we need to pull that up to see exactly where we landed, but I think that was a pretty solid strategy.
And I believe most of the match on those other ones was like for staff time, where if they are bringing cash match from Bears Ears, that's huge.
And conservation corps are a weekly rate. Like it's just covering the labor cost. And I also loved that it was 148,500. Like it was not 200K. They were like, we're gonna take the maximum amount and then figure out how to. It was like very thought out.
Okay.
It's 3 soon.
So what about the top rated one? I didn't review that one. Can someone just give us a summary?
I can do that. It's kind of a pilot program for 2 state parks to put in some adaptive equipment to make these parks accessible. And again, being a pilot program, the partnerships between the National Lily Center, Wasatch Adaptive were incredibly strong. I think it was this one that had funding from the Craig Nielsen Foundation, which was, I've been through that process. They put some serious work into this. One thing that I really think is strong about this project is like it puts Utah at the center face of, hey, America the Beautiful, we have amazing parks. Let's make them accessible to all of our population. I thought it was a really, really strong proposal, and nobody disagreed with me. So thank you, Chelsea Fishman.
Thank you.
Yeah, one caveat to this, I mean, I guess this one's for Evan. I mean, if this does go through with our recommendations, it would be great to see Utah State Parks to figure out afterwards, like how this was applied and if it can be duplicated. It is a pilot project, so I'm guessing that Scott, these folks would definitely do that, but yeah, it seems like it's gonna be a huge resource.
And also the equipment choices that they used. Did you review this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, the equipment choice, it's spot on. If I was privately funding this project, that's the equipment that I would buy. That's the amount of equipment that I would buy. A lot of tedious work went into making sure this made sense on paper and in practice.
And just to add to that, my husband works in the adaptive world, and I did ask him about all this equipment. He gave 2 thumbs up also.
Nice.
So one of my questions, and I want to hold up lunch, but further down at 80 points, it looks like Capitol Reef National Park is putting in for adaptive equipment as well, but did not rank, is at the bottom of the green pack. Is there a substantial difference between these 2 requests?
I will say that the biggest difference, one is the dollar amount, and two, that's for 2 pieces of extreme modus equipment, which is a conversation that we were having at the beginning. It's just a really specific piece of equipment to serve a specific need. I did rank that highly just
Is it
because
accomplishing the second goal
similar but different goals. As far as the top rated one kind of gives autonomy to the users, whereas the other one is kind of dependent on like the mom or dad pushing that piece of equipment.
So I've seen their things.
That folder is blank.
So.
Okay, well, there's still a motion that's been seconded on the table. Any more discussion on that?
I mean, is there any concerns with the long-term sustainability of the one that we really like? Because like, I don't know, is Nelson gonna continue supporting that, or do we just assume that if it goes well, like the federal money starts to take over, or?
Are we talking about
Talking about, yeah, adaptive recreation.
It is a pilot. It's a pilot. It is within Utah State Parks, so it would be state funding. I mean, I'm not, I can't really forecast. It does seem like there has been a lot more support in the legislature for adaptive support. Legislation that was passed just this last year defining adaptive equipment as infrastructure. State Parks, their current deputy director, Chris Hiramoto, is very passionate about working to expand adaptive opportunities.
And then there's Craig Nielsen Foundation.
Yeah.
And then there's God. Craig Nielsen has more money.
Yeah.
They do multiple year projects, is
Okay,
what
cool.
I'm saying. It does gear towards more complex. It gears towards more complex and high level spinal cord injuries, which is a little bit niche. However, they're really good about the equipment that they do fund. If it's not being used for that specific user, it's open to an array of users. So, I really think that if this goes well, which I think it will, I think it will motivate other states and other national parks to follow suit.
Okay, well, motion's on the table to fully fund.
Somebody say yes. So for the record, I don't do motions and stuff, just as part of, but,
I shouldn't either.
so, I'll vote yea or nay.
I motion.
So to recommend for funding the expanding adaptive recreation in Utah State Parks, new sea trail, and Forest Service Bears Ears National Monument Trail Maintenance Project, all at full funding. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, I roll that passes anonymous, or not anonymous. Pass.
Gavel,
Let's see. So, quick lunch. We could also do a bit of a working lunch. Maybe we take a little 10, get some food, courtesy break, but we'll obviously be back here. Then anytime Evan has the last scoring sheet, so we'll have to kind of see where we're at. I guess that's gonna take what? That almost took a third, maybe a little over a
413.
third of the funding.
Oh, that's so
Okay.
cool.
No big deal.
Big deal. Big deal.
And then again, like,
I'm so
because
far
we're just
into
moving stuff forward, at any time, if we look at any of these, you always can look at these again, we can open them back up, and, I always feel like partial funding is going to inevitably be a bit of a discussion. But let's see. Oh, wow.
Yeah, so there's a variety of sandwiches over there. Each came with a salad and a dessert. So help yourselves. I don't know if there's any vegetarians in the group. We do have 3 vegetarian sandwiches in there.
Oh, yeah.
I was stuck in the Raven building, feeling Recreational. And then I was like in the gift shop, I was like, oh shit, I asked Liz, she goes, no, but we have this. And I went, I'm buying that turkey after this meeting, and I still need to get the curry with a little dough. In case you make any mistakes, you can erase them.
Yeah. I make a lot of mistakes.
I mean, make all your mistakes in the little happy trees.
It must be the same. If they're in a stack, yeah, that makes sense.
Classic Italian sandwich and strawberry harvest salad.
That's Patrick, are you coming to the CrossFit training still?
I'm On the edge.
On the edge? Okay. Yeah. Touch base with staff on the way home, see where it's at.
So if I read your email correctly, there's no forest staff who are gonna.
There's forest staff, nobody's taking it.
Okay.
So, Aaron will probably be there. Burbridge hopefully will if he has his job. I text him like every week to ask him if he has a job yet. Yeah, and then the pug folks are gonna be doing all the stuff, but they didn't really want any, they didn't have a need for any Forest Service staff to go and get certified. Because Gio just did a class now. Bryce? Okay. And then now that he has he's been, the reality is that no Fed can travel for anything but training. So everybody's utilizing that. And I've been making a lot of meetings and trainings. No.
I missed it. What was going on in DC?
It was the Core Network Conference Action Summit, but Congress went into session because the King showed up last week. So it was a whole bunch of fun. Dang. Yeah, we got presented by awards by 19-year-old staffers. We were like,
who are you guys?
Glad I pressed my suit for this.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Gonna DC much?
Try not to, actually.
It's kind of fun town, though.
I mean, when I took this job 10 years ago, the compromise with Sean was that I would have to go to DC every year again. There you go. But I'm not to have a kid, so Sean was like,
That's your chance, brother.
make sure you stay relevant. And our wranglers in DC were like, hi, who are you? And I was like, yeah, it's been like that ever since I showed up. Yes, hi. How are you? Well,
Can I just
get some shoes.
grab it in there?
You guys have some good news there, though. Hopefully.
The dish. No, they're up my butt constantly about trying to get Curtis to do things. And good luck. Yeah, Utah's the talk of DC right now.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's good.
It's not for good
Oh,
reason.
no?
No,
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
All those social media things you see, probably.
Yeah, the joke was that
Now this is the data center.
We are talking about our
Forest Service.
public lands and data centers.
The joke was that, maybe we can just get my. This is a very recorded, right?
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, Mike Lee is
And their
really.
seasonal pairs with the.
Making a
Well,
name.
we had seasons. I mean, when I was there.
Space
I
guy,
like
you
the
know?
Forest
Yeah.
Service 12 years
Well,
ago, but I was there for about 10
Yeah,
years.
the Forest Service thing, I think, is the biggest.
And there was always
I always
issues.
judge what's going on in my
My
world based
last
on
year
whether
was
my
seasonal,
relatives
but
know what
I used to
happening.
have approved
So when the government and Doge was happening,
None of our.
all my relatives were like, what's happening in the parks?
Oh, so this must be that.
And I'm like, oh, the parks are fine. No,
But
actually,
that's not-
NPS is the one
Yeah.
agency that I think will let
That's
it.
the trend.
It's everybody else. Oh, you don't know.
When I lived in Stocksdale.
Recently, everybody's like, man, the
So
forest.
the county-
Are they getting rid of the forest? And they're like, oh, you know
Are they
about
getting
that?
rid of it?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Great.
Oh,
Yeah, we had a meeting with Cheryl Butler last night.
I just understand.
And
Okay.
yeah, there's some other
Yeah.
stuff going
We're just not
on.
worried.
It's just, they're not letting us put any spot agreements together, like temporary tax agreements, under a master agreement that we had to wait all last year to get approved with the Doge cuts. Which, like you see, everybody else is a little on edge because all the cores met with the undersecretary of USDA. Oh yeah, everything's gonna be fine. But like back end, every G&A person is like, well, I don't know, we'll see. So I text
Or
her.
they're jumping after another one.
Yeah. Do you all have jobs?
For now,
What hub are you in?
for now, wake up every day.
Today I do.
And I did, called Tyler Ashcroft yesterday.
He sits right next to me.
And I noticed his outgoing voicemail was different.
Oh, really? What did it say?
It said something about like the acting state of Utah, and I was like,
Director.
huh, cool.
They opened those jobs last week.
Oh, they did.
Yeah, on USA Jobs.
Oh,
All of them.
oh,
Yeah.
Oh,
The starting wages are really impressive.
are they all competitive?
Define competitive.
Well, yeah.
They're unlimited jobs.
Compared to other federal jobs.
What
But we were talking about you, so we're not, yeah, we're just gonna shut it
Ooh,
down.
we have to stop.
well, it's not on USA Jobs because they're not hiring us. They're just firing us. They protected Betsy recently. So we're both still here. But
Yay!
yeah, our TC has gone from 110 10 years ago to, I think we just lost 3 more and we're down to 33.
That's huge.
I was talking to Betsy about the return to the office, push at the courthouse.
We're not gonna talk about it.
Yeah, she laid it all out for me.
Yep. So there's a Bureau of Reclamation office, like 3 miles down the road from there. That would be cheaper for me to occupy. I can't get your region to approve it.
I know of your marketing person, she's a good friend of mine, and she is now hanging out at the BLM office.
Yeah.
She lives in Moab.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, BLM's now at the color country district, cool.
Well, because we're
mean, it does-
USDA. We have ag.
Well,
That have nothing to do with the Forest Service.
yeah. Well, I looked at service first agreements too, for service, because I looked at PG district.
Yeah.
I know that was
No, it doesn't.
of course, it's fun to look at.
A lot has changed. I think
Good.
you would enjoy it now.
What's his name still acting or being on there?
Ben?
Yeah. No, was it Ben or was it, I thought Marshall.
In PG, it's Ben.
Okay. Yeah, Russ is up at the Parsel.
Russ is over in this weird
Yeah, it's a big
province.
decision. I don't know.
That's all I know.
I was super proud of Russ, sure. Yeah, I think that was,
Different.
talk about taking the helm just so they go look about like.
Well, I'm good friends with Cheryl.
Oh,
So I've known her, I met her on this committee years
I gotta
ago.
make
She was
sure.
at PG.
cool.
And then we worked together
I need,
on trail stuff down.
I need somebody to help me out, there's so like crazy things going on right now.
She's great.
She's gonna be a.
Little turkey club.
Once your kid gets a little older.
I think so. I'll say you're on the, speed track.
Take a roll too.
We just had a new district ranger. I'm good for a while.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's where I am. I still get to do projects, and I don't have to manage anybody. I'm a glorious, non-supervisory flow.
Whoa, I manage a lot of people.
Word of mouth, right?
Yeah.
This
Go quick.
I like it. Yeah. Exactly.
Good and bad.
I feel like it's the
Not
last one to
boring.
take it.
Not boring, no, especially not now.
If I'm. Which I can't. Just making sure I record.
Candy Country Youth Corps went bankrupt 2.5 years ago.
Oh, yeah. Plugging in around these parts is a real pain.
As a nonprofit.
Oh, I don't mind. I just
You
making
need a
sure.
miner's lamp to get down there.
Yeah, that's why, yeah. No, yeah, no, it was so bad. Mismanagement and some entitled admin staff just let it go completely, like 7 million in the hole. But yeah, Bears here picked them up. We were in negotiations
You guys
trying to
could
figure out
be
how to pay off their debt.
as little as our.
And then luckily Bears
Oh,
has
yeah.
got a whole bunch of
Like
private
a bid
donations.
for an hour, maybe.
That would be generous for mine.
Exactly.
And yeah, seems to be doing really
So I
well.
brought my old one in, so I can trade it out if I need to. Got my shield.
I mean, just like,
I'm good right now still.
I mean, they
Sure, you can
owed
put it for
back
hours.
salaries, they owed, I mean, they owed us like 80K and contract work that they billed for, didn't do anything about.
Other field guys.
Brett, online.
Well, I mean, for a long time, it's a skeleton staff. of
Oh,
folks
she's
that
a-
are being managed by folks that live in Grand Junction. And we're trying to run a program in San Juan County. And full disclosure, I used to run it and I went there. I moved
Chelsea,
to
how long
Utah
have you
to
been with the service?
make sure they didn't go
Forced.
bankrupt. And I left the program.
Started in
like $3 million
2014.
Oh, nice.
in the black.
But 6 years seasonal.
Okay.
So I don't get a count. My
The
seasonal year is a
day, the
full
day
year.
Trump got elected, that's unfortunate. November,
Is this the only, this this region,
same-
been your
I
region
started
entirety of
all
that
over the
tenure? Yeah.
Region 4 has been.
Nice.
Guys in Misatu, in the Bridger Teton.
Ooh,
Down here.
ooh, those
Yeah,
are very.
that day.
Yeah, very ugly location.
Yeah,
Really
yeah.
hard work.
Where
Where are you based?
right in the fire me.
In Salt Lake now.
The founder and I are still best friends, so. we're good.
It's been cool to do like big, wild, romantic wilderness areas. And now it's super. I love it. I think it's
I mean, it's not romantic when you're in the wilderness to like see the freeway, right?
And you're like, you look one direction, you're like, wow, and you turn around, and you're like,
Oh,
oh, that's so opposite.
Yeah, they fill a need, it's just.
The amount of people trying to recreate and have a good time, I think it's awesome.
I heard a stat, it's the busiest,
Mm,
or like,
I think technically we're second to the White River,
okay, wow,
but they have way more ski resorts, and that visitation counts in the forest.
right. So you win a Wasp Festival more year round.
5 million annual visitors just to the Tri-Canyons?
Yeah, pretty close. And our busiest traffic is actually October, not a ski day.
Really?
October with the
Top.
leaf, yeah, because it's full day. It's not like beginning of the morning and then end rush home.
Mountain Trails Foundation was telling us the average visitor at was the Blood Lake campground was 8 minutes. As people just in and out.
It's like
Oh.
people stop for 8 minutes to get the photo and then they.
Oh,
They're like-
wow. In the fall,
That's their
when the
average
leaves are
visitation.
changing.
I mean, the average visitation
I'm there.
arches is 2 hours.
I was so guilty of that. In 2020, I went to Arches for the first time. And the traffic was so bad and there was so many people that I just like kind of drove in. I'm like, turn around.
Well, I got DOI, got rid of our entry at arches.
That's fun. I mean, it's
What
a
is it?
perfect
What's
year,
it
there's
like
gonna be
now?
no visitation anyway.
It's a nightmare.
Yes. True.
And that's been entrance. Oh, gotcha.
But we also can't hire enough rangers to man the booths. So
So everybody stacks up behind one.
the summer's gonna be a nightmare.
Yikes.
Go to Park Service. Too bad.
I mean,
But no recording.
Well, their council have a good time with that too.
There's a couple commissioners that were very happy, tired of us.
I lived in Mciff for 8 years, so I still follow closely.
A certain commissioner no longer runs an outfitting company, so he's got more free time.
Mm-mm.
Good, let's put them in a booth.
Former owner of Navtech, Brian.
He never owned it. No, Wano never gave it to him. He asked. He never owned it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And, but according to all, campaign things.
This is what I live for, the local council.
He would. He tried.
Oh, I know. Ray, Ray Carr, you're a dear friend of mine. Ray. I forget how the family is going. Navtech. Just don't remember. But yeah, obviously they're not the family. There's something about the sister and the Patrick hostile
We're gonna
takeover.
kick money over to
yeah.
Betsy, to the North Ram project in Moab.
I think there were a lot of assumptions made.
Man, that'd be great.
That was not good.
I mean, I also sit on the UCOR, just the Utah Guide panel.
Just telling me. So their new
Yeah.
planning director is the old Mountain Land Association of Governments director. He lives in Durham. He's commuting.
Oh my, I guided for Moki Mac. Totally gone. So all of my ties to rafting companies.
Colorado.
I did guide for Red River for a couple of years when I first started.
Nobody will still trying to step down from Colorado Fletcher River Jacks currently.
Did you know Dusty Valentine? He was on that board a long time ago. So I
Oh.
worked with him.
Yeah, we revamped it to a 501c3 6 years ago.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I knew what that was when I was down there, but it wasn't functional.
Well, it was John's, John's All Forever Rivers, but trying to form that into an actual standalone nonprofit is a nightmare. Because, demographic and old. Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, it was too hard to.
Oh.
Genius.
That's pretty cool. Oh,
Is that thinker?
that's two sides of your brain right there.
I know.
I slept in this morning and I got a little extra crank power.
Jealous.
I have a very pregnant wife right now, so even with these few hours of sleep, DC travel, like, it's fine. I can snore, like, nobody's gonna kick me out of the bedroom, it's gonna be great.
Welcome to my place. Good stuff on my own. So you're out of, you said Moab area? You said no, I'm trying to think. You said you're Grand County, but you recreate in San Juab? Wab? How do you say that?
San Juan.
San Juan, okay. What am I thinking of that's J-U-A-B?
Juab.
Juab, how you pronounce
South
that?
Juab.
Different county.
Something you Juab.
Okay, cool. And then you're Salt Lake, and you said you're Orem?
I live in Orem.
Orem, okay, cool. Where's everyone else from? Or living? Where are you living at currently?
Oh, I live in Ogden Canyon.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Cool place to live. There's not very many houses in there.
I love it in there. Like when I moved to Utah about 5 years ago, we did for a job with the Ogden Valley Dinosaurs. Never been to Ogden, never skied in Utah, and I just found Ogden Canyon. I was like, "Yep, this is it." And I bought a house like 5 days after.
That's so cool.
Wait, Alex, I missed that. Where are you originally from?
Flagstaff, Arizona.
Oh, okay.
Another cool little spot.
Very cool spot. Ogden's kind of like Flagstaff, but with running water.
That's
running
right.
water
That's
part.
There's no water.
There's no running water.
Yeah, that joke is crazy.
Yeah.
So everyone's on like a well and septic then, or how's
Well,
that?
what I mean is like recreating on
Yeah.
rivers and.
Oh, no running water. Okay.
Yeah,
you gotta
Just a little hike. A little dry little hike.
The permit's really easy.
Yeah.
Where are you guys from or living?
I live in Creek.
Okay.
Yeah, I live in Creek Park.
Okay, cool. What about you guys?
I'm down in Sevier County. I live in Monroe now.
I mean, I'm not familiar with the county. What cities are down there that I need?
Richfield.
Okay, cool. Right on.
I'm up here in Holiday.
Cool.
Midway.
Midway. Right on. I'm in
Where are you?
Sandy, by the
Oh,
way.
Sandy.
Yeah.
What? Better bike parks?
Yeah, I'm building a
And
1500
so
mile
you guys
across Arizona
built-
right now. Yeah, so we built, Harriman City Bike Park was funded through RTP and York last year. That one is done, but the city is going to do like a grand opening, I think this fall, once they finish the like surrounding infrastructure that they're putting in with asphalt paths and bathrooms and stuff. So they'll actually hire us on their own dime to come back and like reshape everything all beautified, because it's been getting a lot of use for the last few months.
So it's just all dirt bike park.
Actually, no, that park is a mixture of like dirt landings and then fabricated metal takeoffs.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so that there's not like a maintenance issue with like getting into the air.
Sure, yeah.
You get a little dangerous if the takeoffs aren't kept greasy.
Dirt takeoff.
I was actually looking at
It really is. Especially you get anything that's like steeper than, I don't know, 45 degrees, just erodes so much in the snow.
I lived there in 2010.
Yeah, we did that one. We built the asphalt bike track at the Cherry Ridge Bike Park in Springville that they built last year or 2 years ago, I guess. And then we built the Eagle Mountain Bike Park that has unfortunately been completely neglected, even though they had a maintenance agreement in place. So disappointing.
But I'm a rural county resident.
And then the original bike park that we built was the Alpine City Bike Park. That's no longer there.
That thing is.
That was a like high school passion project of mine that the city ended up just like sanctioning because it was getting so much visitation that they were like, we have to do something about this.
Yeah. Well, Chris, it seems like you do quite a bit of riding around the state.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm lucky to like be able to spend a solid chunk of my time riding because some of my income comes from mountain biking. And cool. So get out with my 5-year-old and my 7-year-old, and they've got their little bikes, and we went to the skate park this morning and try to get them on their wheels as often as possible so that they can hold their own as they get bigger and hopefully keep adventuring with me for as long as possible.
Nice.
Got a 6-month-old now.
who will start on a Strider bike in a year or so.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Start me young. Oh, got a lot of young ones in the committee here. New parents, young children. Yeah.
I'm an elderly parent. Did it backwards from the Utah way.
I'm a tired parent.
How old are your guys' kids?
So I have a daughter that's almost 11.
What about you?
October 11th, due date, first boy,
Wow.
age 40 and a half.
Nice.
Gotta add that half piece now. So,
It's good practice for when you count the months of your child.
yeah, especially when I can calculate college and, financial plans.
No, you're fine.
My wife's
I noticed
younger.
that as a kid. Like that was I was like 6 3/4. Like you earned every little bit. Now it's like, well, I'm not quite 35 yet. Okay, don't say.
I've been telling people this year that I'm 34, even though I'm only 33. My wife's like, you should be doing the opposite. Like, shouldn't you be telling people you're a year younger than you are? I'm like,
So
I
you
don't know.
round up when you start feeling old. No.
My best friend is in his 40s, and so I'm just like, yeah, I'm ready to be 40 already.
40's new 30.
I think it is, dude.
I just turned 39 last week, so.
It's the shit thing, like when we're doing all
Uh-huh.
the
I'll be
planning,
at the
all
Forest
the
Service
all the
booth.
dog visits the last couple of years, tried to have our first.
Patrick.
And you start
You guys
doing
have a
math,
table too?
like, yep, well,
Nice.
I'll be like 58. So.
What do you guys bring to your table?
So they had about 400 hatchlings.
I nailed it, man. I'm like open chart. 44. I've had a job here. Like in what class it is.
Which always gets
What's going on with that?
me riled up. Actually, what really gets me riled up.
Oh, you
Is
signed
that-
up for the project?
You don't
Well,
just have
so
like
I was down in Mojave,
chainsaw. So I have to break it.
I have
You
to.
went.
You do,
Really? I grew up in Southern California.
Perfect.
That's what it's community operation.
Yeah, I get some.
So last week I got to see like the largest tortoise breeding program
Really?
in the country. It's
Bus,
actually 29
shaving
falls.
kids, but then we just have a lot of
So they relocate them.
projects that we
I love those
That's
stories.
what I was doing last week.
Oh, that's so.
Feel big dog.
This was my birthday.
Oh, birthday last week. Cool.
So I have two different tortoises. There we go. So there's Artemis.
Thanks for lunch, Evan.
Yeah.
Thank you for lunch.
Oh, of course. Thank you for being a part of this. We asked so much of you guys. The least we can do is give you some tasty meal.
Okay, but we have to get curry and also
Oh, wow.
there is.
Oh,
We don't know
I've
the
been trying to
recipes.
get.
I'd say we
That's
tell
hilarious.
Oh, gal.
80 years, and then I found this.
This is,
At the gift store.
we had a workshop last week.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I was trying to get the trails. They were riding along.
So it's almost 40 years old. I've never seen a wild desert tortoise.
Really? You have it?
I've raised them.
Really?
wow.
So
This is my second one.
Nice.
Before I have my Canyons information. Yeah.
We always get invited, but we're sad they do,
So
really.
they relocate, they capture them on the military
everyone's
bases
thinking about it.
and then relocate them off
Right.
bases. And so as part of that,
I don't know.
they also capture,
I'm
they,
excited. I usually
uh,
go
each
to
of these clutches
during
they
the
find.
photos.
Nice.
So they had about 400 hatchlings, they're about that big, they were born in the fall. And then they got about,
It's still intertwined.
and then they got about
I
1,000
think so.
I
total.
don't know how you can like.
So they raise them to about 10.
It's all
and
the
they,
same.
they relocate them.
I'm on that
The
side.
mortality rate goes
Right,
from being
right.
about 10 to 15%
So I've never
survival
gotten
rate
to
to like
go
a
for years
90%
ago.
survival rate.
The trust I got, I volunteered to go this year.
Yeah, no one likes
I was
those like
okay,
turtle
what's it like?
videos
What
and
do I
they're like
need to
over
know?
the
What do
ocean.
we
It's like
And then
all
no
the
one
birds
knows about it.
swooping down. It's like,
Yeah.
I'd be out there.
I was like, I don't
Ravens,
believe
ravens
that.
are already,
Oh, really?
they call them tortellinis.
Really?
Because the ravens love baby turtles.
What's the,
I imagine I'm
are
feeling
they,
different
are they
when we get
prickly?
next year.
Okay.
They're threatened on you.
They're still
You gotta
going.
go there.
Awesome.
Have they transplanted them to
I
you
tried,
at
I
all, or
tried
is
so
it
hard.
just?
Yeah.
They're
Right to
native
the point where
people
I'm like,
in
No,
St.
I
George.
am spending
Yeah.
forever.
EDWR just did a big article about the adopt program they're pushing it. So my wife got excited, and I had to call my buddy Mark Grover, used to do the Desert Tortoise program, and be like, you have to convince my wife we're not getting a tortoise.
So I
Did
want
you
to
say
talk to
Mark
him because
Grover?
Yeah.
This is what.
Is he-
Non-trust
did he used to
foundation is
teach
now
SUU?
helping with maintenance of the
What's that?
That's a.
Did he used to
There's-
teach at SUU?
Taught a lot of
I
places.
think they'll
We
try
worked
and
together
do,
at the
like,
Florida School. I think he's down in
Medium
Flagstone now.
maintenance this year.
Okay, I think I
With,
know.
we'll see how it goes, and then they,
Trying to
like,
think where I would know it
maintenance,
from.
maintenance machine.
That's
Or to be like,
Let's
yeah,
go.
great, go for it, we've never seen
Oh,
you.
yeah.
See, it's really fun,
Artemis.
they,
Oh.
so.
I think they recognize that. You have a piece of theirs.
Okay.
I am actually
Ian,
looking.
it's so much fun. Ian, really, like,
Is our
they
program?
have really
Which I
good
think
staff
I'd be
at different
able to
hours, and
You
they're
want
miles.
us to get this?
They're
That's
non-motorized,
out. Down in Tucson a long time ago.
So what I did was, they reached out to me, and I was like, oh my
Just
gosh.
He
It took everything I had
works
that
at the
day.
Four Corner School with
Yes,
Jenna, with the
absolutely.
crazy faces. I remember her arguing about desert tortoises not being
Makes
in
me
the
look
Colorado
cool.
Plateau. I'll never forget Mark just
It
like,
makes sure we're doing it
she was
incrementally.
I don't know what I'm arguing.
To build
Mark
trust
just walked in his office,
And-
grabbed
and
his
that's
bike that he wrote, told them over the last couple of years on her desk.
Okay, should we call this to order? Is everyone?
Sally.
Well, we got Fred back. Hey, Brett.
I think so too.
Brett, if you can hear us, we're just kind of coming back.
I am. I hear you. I made it back.
Right, I was just looking for you.
Well, I say, is everybody comfortable to call started? Do you have any more turtle pictures to show?
I got hundreds of Jordan.
Tortoise.
Tortoise.
Just saying, here's two of them.
Well, I recently learned.
That's a snap.
Being a toad cock.
13 little guys.
Oh,
Very cute.
it's very social. So, just to recap, so you can see on the screen there, and Brett, is that being shared? Yeah, probably. So, right now we have a $943,000 award. I will bang this gavel. So we've awarded, getting close to half of the funds for those top three projects. 42% of that going to mountain biking, 36% going to multi-use, 21% going to adaptive. Looks like we're focused on the southern part of the state right now with those three counties. And then one to each category, equipment, trail construction, and trail work. Yeah, but so where we left off, we did recommend our top three scored applicants at full funding. So we did get our good deals to make sure we got to start lunch. Maybe also just take a moment and say thank you, Evan, for providing us with that delicious food.
Thank you, Evan. Out of my pocket specifically, just because I care so much. Not really. No.
Okay, I was like, wow.
But like, Jamie, you serious? Is everything you?
So we found ourselves, we reviewed all the red and yellows that had some form of a high priority on there. We reviewed the top three, so now it kind of looks like the ones to look at would be 87.5 down to 80 if you want to stick up to that green level. Do we have any preferences from the group?
I can speak to the Utah Lake Trail Project.
Yeah, I'd like.
Yeah, we can start, kind of going down the list if that works.
Unless there's some other way.
No, I'm gonna go ahead and just call on you, Brianna, to go ahead and give us a presentation on that.
So I didn't rank it, but I've worked on that project on and off again for the last 12 years, various capacities. So I've helped them with the planning side of it. So the lake trail is now planned from Provo Airport all the way to Saratoga Springs. And hopefully will be completely built out within the next 3 to 5 years. So they're making really good progress on that. This would be a signage plan tying in the Utah Lake Trail signage into the other regional signage or the regional trails signage. So MAG, Mountain Association of Governments, developed kind of a template for regional trail connections. So Provo River, Murdoch Canal, Jordan River, and then Utah Lake. And this would seek to integrate into that system.
So it's a plan, it's not signed.
No, it is signed.
Okay.
They have a plan.
Okay.
So you can see some of it's tied to specific sites. Some of it's tied to the trail itself, but those sites will be integrated into the trail eventually. They're doing a ton of work like right now. They're doing, so they just finished a recreation access plan, which looked lake-wide. land and water recreation. And then they're currently starting, it's like 35 master plans for each of the lake access points.
Wow.
So they're doing a lot right now, and they're really trying to change the image of the lake, try to bring more people down to the lake. So the signage would really help with that. That's much better.
I did review this one along with Brett, Chelsea, and Jenna. I thought, for RTP it was unique. We don't typically have a lot of water projects, and I thought it was diverse population, serves a large amount of people. The partnerships with the different jurisdictions like BLM and all that, I thought was really impressive. It's already in place. It's not a theoretical thing. One thing that I did, this is phase 3 of the project, so it does have some credibility kind of from the past. It does have a lengthy timeline. That's something that I noticed, a 2-year timeline. I don't know if that's good, bad, or indifferent, but it is something that I put in my notes. I gave it an overall pretty good score.
I don't know, you only keep it yellow.
Yeah.
My project, way to go.
But I've looked at my scores, and my scores were higher than yours, so it's easier there.
I gave it a grade because signs are the hardest working
Yes.
employee.
Yes.
Once they're out there, they're out there. And it seems like a place that hasn't had it, and so it would really do a lot to protect resources, natural resources. But I haven't seen that in a long time, and give direction to all the visitors. So I felt like it was pretty high.
I really like the idea of the signage, that it looked so clean, but I did put a little suggestion in there to perhaps put some additional information like distance, time, how long it would take. It's just kind of consistent with what we've done along Jordan River Parkway, other places. Obviously, I can't tell them what to do, but I think it
No,
is a
I'll pass that on.
necessary one. What's that?
I said I'll pass that on to them.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I think it looks great. I kind of got a little bit of a 60s vibe off of it. And it was kind of fun. And I don't know why you think that Utah Lake needs a little bit of a PR campaign.
Because it smells bad.
I wasn't able to open the maps that were attached, so I couldn't see what the scope was. And that was my first question, was where do you start? Like, having signs up is great if you know to get there. So how are they letting people know that there is a recreation resource?
So you already have this same signage schema has been applied to Utah Lake, or to the Provo River, Murdoch Canal Trail. I think the Linden Canal Trail they just finished, Jordan River. So the other regional trails in Utah County are using the same structure. And so this will be applying that same structure to the parts that the Utah Lake Authority manages.
Yeah, but how do you know there's a trail? Like, for me, how do I know there's a trail there? Is there a website where you go and like,
yeah.
Where is it?
Just Google Utah Lake Trail.
I didn't get any.
Or go to MAG. So MAG hosts their
Okay.
GIS data. But
If it exists, okay.
if you
I'll believe you.
no, not question.
What
Everything.
does All Trails tell you? Because if All Trails tells you to go there, everyone's going there.
Oh, I didn't look at all trails.
Look there.
Utah Lake Trail.
We just hired 5 new seasonal employees, and I asked them all what they use for maps, and all of them said only All Trails.
Oh, really?
I was like, oh, they're so much better.
You should see the
Paper
ad
maps right here.
going on at the
Yeah.
airport right now. I took some
know.
pictures of it. I was like, oh, wow, we're getting off the airport and just downloading the app now. Wow.
That's great.
Good thing Pitt's been working with all of us.
Okay, well, that is Lake-wide signage, Utah Lake.
It is a big ask.
Big ass.
That's why I was yelling.
But they will use it. It's 100 miles around the lake. So.
Is it like 400 signs?
Quantity. Looks like 426.
Yeah.
So All Trails is the first one on Google. If you put in Utah Lake Trail, Utah Lake Authority has the trail plan right there. Defensive.
You might know a thing or two.
I'm taking it personally. We're doing 6 or 12 years.
And then again, just,
Maybe I was searching for the wrong keywords. It is there. It is a second hit. I believe you. There's no map. There's no map on this first page.
So as I, just keeping us moving along, just to remember, you all can make motions anytime. Don't let me stop. But as the conversation starts to dwindle, I'll kind of get us going. So moving on to the next one. This is the Science Certified Guide Training Program from Science Moab. It's a $41,000 request, $68,000 full project cost. Brett, we go to you online. You want to talk a little bit about this?
Yeah, so I have to give you my default is I'm a health educator by training, so any type of education makes me warm and fuzzy, particularly if you're going to be doing anything that is like train the trainer kind of a style where you go, here, let me give you information and then spread that amongst many, many people. I know if you're going on a river run, you're not going to be thinking, hey, first thing on my mind is what can I do to preserve environment? At least I don't think a lot of people are, but if you're bringing someone in who can take that opportunity, give them clean, observable, actionable type things they can do. I actually really think this is, if nothing else, for the education aspect, probably one of the better ones in my world. Now, I have to say, Alex, I do love that you had a nice, red low priority there because it kind of tracked. No, I'm
Thank
being
you. I thought you were going to yell at me.
I needed somebody to ground me because I was getting nerdy about it. I was seriously so excited about this. I think it's a really good use. I feel like there's enough background on it. It feels to me, I'm trying to remember exactly my notes I put on here, that it's well established. It's changing a name. It's becoming something they're trying to find a way to give it a home. And I don't know if we have that ability to talk about sustainability on this, but it could be a really powerful thing if it had enough to get ground to get some funding from other places.
Yeah, and Brett, thank you for that. And on a very serious note, I really do think this is a great project. I was a little worried about it impacts, but the impact is a little bit indirect, right? Educating people that will educate people. And the lack of being able to track that was where I'm reviewing, like my scores are actually high for this, but being able to measure it, the impact, and then the huge piece for me was sustainability.
Yeah.
I want to say, did they just shift structures to like a new nonprofit?
That's what I was reading out of it. It sounds like it's been in place for a couple of years, at least to some level.
But the program had existed, and then I think there was just some structural changes, which just, it allowed me to pause and be like, wait a second, is this sustainable moving forward? I did want to pull up the budget real quick. How much was like FTE for that? That was another thing that really popped up was the budget for FTE for salaries.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that, Brett? I mean, sounds like you love the project, but does that concern you at all?
So when I say I love the project, I know absolutely nothing other than what was given, but I feel like the things that stood out to me while I'm still pulling things up, because I'm also going really, really fast, was that it had a really good evaluation component to it. Let's see what we've got. Yeah, I remember my comments. I said specifically concerned about sustainability of the program, but that there is an extra value in the assessment and evaluation of the program from the beginning. So let's see.
So I did not review this. I've only been looking at the budget for like 30 seconds. I guess my question is, out of the requested RTP grant funds, a majority of it is for the payroll for the program director. And maybe they're the instructor too. I don't know. I would hope so if they're going to request that much.
I didn't see that in the budget excerpt.
But then and then payments for onboarding new instructors. I don't know what that is. And then curriculum development. And so it's like,
why is the program director not there?
Yeah, like I would have thought. Yeah, so I'm just very confused as to what the deliverable is. For what the fund request is, I guess.
Within their description, they said their program director oversees all day-to-day aspects of executing the program, including curriculum development, instructor recruitment and training, coordinating all aspects of scheduling and running training sessions and program evaluation.
So why not just throw the whole thing into one lump sum of, because it's breaking it out, it's like double dipping those small amounts.
Can I ask a question to the group about this education one? So this is adjacent, I would say, to trails, right? This is science.
That was my next question.
And again, this is when I'm talking about, like, we want to help develop what the vision of this program is. And then this is, I guess, focusing a little bit on education. If we look at the very next one, you know, it's a trail training program. And then if we go down a little bit more, there's Utah Avalanche Center, you know, that's, I think, I don't know what that one is. I assume it's some type of avalanche forecasting. Then further down, like we have Stewart Moab, which is like on-site, you know, education, but to recreate. So I just kind of wanted to get a temperature check on like what type of education do we feel that we should prioritize here, science or recreation? Because this, it's all there.
The next one I reviewed, that one funds training for trail crews to get out and build better mountain bike trails. And that seems much more direct. I don't like what we're talking about personally.
When I think about education as far as RTP goes, if we can fund education movements that are going to save money in the future, like that's where my mind goes to education. Like if we're going to spend $100,000 on a trail and then $10,000 to educate users to not mess up that trail because it's too wet or whatever, then that is, to me, kind of where my mind goes. I'm not saying that's right, wrong, or
An insurance policy.
kind of.
Or for training crew leaders, train other trail builders or volunteers in stewardship.
To build
That's
better
a huge
trails that
multiplier.
are gonna last longer.
And that's what the next grant is. I feel like the next grant has that multiplier effect.
Well, and maybe that's what those of us that ranked it highly assumed, like these guides are gonna teach 10 to hundreds of people a day or week, right? And like when I guided, I got no education.
Yeah.
In fact, the joke was, how do you know your raft guide's lying to you? Their
This
lips are
map is
moving. So just to see the opposite, that you're training these people that are so influential because they're seen as a guide, even though then we live in our truck, right? So the amount of people you're impacting to stay off the crypto, stay on the trail.
Yeah.
So that's how I saw it, just from my perspective.
I'm very familiar with Science Moab. I kind of wish I was on that one. I will say about the State Trail Crew one, we do have some questions about that because Mike's trying to like pay for info to come in, but there's no like how many people are being trained, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
is it gonna be like a public training? The Science Moab, I just looked at the budget. They've been a long-standing nonprofit that, you know, like Colorado Electric River Guides and Utah Guides Association, like they bring on Science Moab to do guide training, trip training. But yeah, always like how many people are going to reach.
I've been in the nonprofit sector for 15 years. I started them from the ground up. I've revamped them. I feel really icky because the hardest thing is to get salaries. I know how important they are. But then when I'm on the other side of the flip, I'm like, wait a second, why is this all going to salary? Like, it makes me feel I'm torn because I love the idea, I love the project, but then I also want to be a steward for the funds that we are, you know, responsible for allocating. So it's really hard for me.
Can we just lump all the education ones together? Because I mean, wouldn't it be easier if we compared apples to oranges? Because we have Science Moab, State Trail Crew, Stewards Program,
The Avalanche Center.
Avalanche one is
Abby.
education.
I think if we add all those together, we have like a $20,000 deficit with our 5% cap, correct?
Yeah, this is 120.
And we have 90 to use for education if we so choose.
Yeah, about 95. Let me get that number out real quick.
Well, Stewards ask is 169.
Which one's that?
Stewards is the new nonprofit that's taking over for all of the what Grant County used to fund as the Trail Ambassador Program.
Yeah, because
That sucked.
that sucks.
That's the whole thing.
Any chance it's coming back?
Nice.
This cycle.
So some of these can be broken out a little bit, like I think Stewart and Moab, I'll have to confirm, but I want to say there's parts of their budget that are not strictly education. Maybe.
I mean, they talk about light maintenance, but it's very light.
Okay.
It's mostly education and intercept stuff for visitors.
The Utah Outdoor Therapies project, an education project, that one says 83,000. I know they have equipment in there as well, so that number is slightly lower. But as of now, I have $372,000 worth of education requests.
Oh, that's, I didn't realize that. 169.
So do we want to give preference to a type of project, or do we want to give preference to the best application?
I mean, it's hard, like, all these green ones we have left now, what, it's like a 7 point, like, they're, in my mind, they're the same, score-wise, just because they only got 3 people or 4 people looking at each one. Like, it would be hard for me to think, all right, those ranked higher, those are better, like, they're just so close.
Okay, old Alex there.
What, the red guy?
The red guy.
I mean,
I just,
I feel like someone, so like the Arboretum Adventure Trails one, like, I didn't love that one. That was the big, the tree thing was LWCF.
yeah, I mean, same applicant.
Yeah.
Same
Well, yes,
applicant,
this
but
is
like
friends.
really minor, small mileage of trail and stuff, so like.
Where is the Alpine Forest in the middle of Salt Lake Valley that they're gonna build the trail through? Oh, so I didn't miss a map again?
Yeah, it's at the Bash.
Redwood or 2200 West.
Is there an Alpine Forest?
I guess going back real quick to the education ones, like, in my mind, like, the Ivy Center is kind of, it's like, it has the biggest statewide impact that, like, no other, like, group can cover. And so, like, I would love, like, I rank it highly just because of the statewide impact, and there's no other organization that can substitute it for what they do. You know, having their ability to be at winter trailheads, put out a good forecast, like, there's nothing else in the state that can substitute it. And so, the education ones, like, in my mind, that's the most important ones.
The Avalanche.
Yeah.
I agreed with that just because I've talked to my wife about it too. It's like, even last year with such a bad snow year, it's like we still had human triggered avalanches. And yeah, the signs are good and the beacon check-ins are great, right? But if I'm standing at a trailhead and you come up and they're like, yeah, man, I'm gonna go do this, whatever, I'm gonna be like, wait a second. That's a high danger right now. Like, have you thought about doing this low angle stuff? And I really thought that for dollar for lives saved, that had the biggest impact.
RTP's funded that for years. It's been an almost a yearly applicant. So I don't know if that's something to consider, but we have.
Another thing to throw in there, they applied for motorized funding for a very similar request, and they were denied specifically the trailhead ambassador. So they received funding for the other components for forecasting, but specifically denied the trailhead ambassador.
They didn't want to fund the education.
You don't want to fund the people.
They're not fans of anything that's not directly impacting trail work.
I almost wore my Utah Avalanche shirt today. Yeah, dollars for dollars, I think they definitely budgeted out like the most high impact and improved that like in a way that I had to go back and I looked through all their other grant applications being new to this committee. And I was like, oh, that's even less ask than they've asked for before. But that makes sense because they're teasing out other parts. So I would also, as far as we're just blocking education-based ones, even being a Grant County resident, 2 of those are in my county.
Yeah.
And that, like, the education to lives, which is the safe education and safety that kind of go hand in hand, I prioritize a little bit higher. And then, like, not to go off on a tangent, but like some of the climbing initiatives for some of the repair work, you know, I did a quick search and being like, okay, well, how many people in the state of Utah were injured or died from a climbing accident because of faulty equipment? And I couldn't find anything. Whereas how many people died in avalanches last year is such a like concrete number that comes out that could have been prevented by education.
It's almost like the Utah Avalanche Center should be part of a state budget.
Yeah, looking at there. Yeah.
And so, I mean, it seems like there's a lot of momentum right now for Avalanche Center as education. That would take about 2/3 of the educational allotment. Are there any other education projects people are particularly excited about within this? If we have an additional 30,000?
Well, just a note, so for the Avalanche Center, if you break the budget apart a little bit, there's $22,000 of equipment. So that would not count towards the education.
What do they buy?
And well, trail-based equipment, forecasting equipment.
Yeah, it's like the sensors at for the beacon parks and stuff, so people can actually do the training independently.
Yeah, I think I had a note in there seeing if they could lower that cost by just completing a couple companies.
There's rescue equipment in there. There's not a key distinction between educational courses and rescue equipment, which is unfortunate.
May I ask the group, do we know if there's any in-person educators on any of these trailheads in the winter right now? Is that like a thing?
They do get out there.
They do get out there.
Not as often.
And is it effective? Do we know if it's effective?
It's hard to measure effectiveness
You
because
can't
like,
prove a negative. You can't say like this many people didn't die. You gotta say you gotta talk to.
I thought that idea was, I've just never seen a person on a trailhead being like, are you sure? And I just thought that would be such a good safety measure.
I have seen them out there, and I just wish they were out there more. Because I go out on days where it's like, see some people like they're just going sledding or snowshoeing, and like they just, they don't know. And like, I think they talk about the narrative, like they're almost more focused on some of these just like other winter activities that like you got to get just a little bit of education out there, and that's where you catch them. They're not going to the website every day.
they don't know to.
Yeah, they don't know.
It's fascinating with motorized.
Yes.
So what is the total amount that we would allocate from this?
Towards education.
Do you think?
I think if you can make an argument that it's gonna directly impact a trail, it's like equipment wise, to me, equipment doesn't kind of directly detract from education. So, so the educators themselves, that's 19,000. I'm not gonna include the rescue equipment. I will include the program materials. So 19,774 to be the education.
So roughly 20K, which would be roughly 75K remaining on the education portion. Okay, so if we're still down education, I guess we're trying to break these down. The trail crew one, that's for 2 years. If you split that in half, they would do one training in the fall and see what the effectiveness is, right? And then come back to see. Will the book come out for well, the grants for 2
Yeah,
sessions.
one class is like 6,200.
Or Mike's just got put in the hot seat for all this.
Can anybody tell me what the trail crew training consists of from the overview documents? Like what are they training people to do with respect to trails?
So this would be specifically having IMBA come out to do like their general overview training for the trail crew.
Are you familiar with Utah's trail crews?
I'm not.
Yeah, so we have 4 regional based trail crews. They're free for agencies to request their use. They're based all around the state. They do motorized and non-motorized projects. And there has historically been a lack of training for them, and they've grown very quickly. It was just last year we first added the 4. And so trying to, as we provide this resource, ensure that they have the training to assist communities around the state.
Is this with, you said motorized and non-motorized trails?
Yeah. So this is obviously very specific to mountain bike trails, but a lot of the stuff they would be using is going to be the same regardless of the project.
So it's like teaching them proper techniques for having the trail drain correctly, or like repairing parts that have been destroyed by mud riding or something like that.
Yeah. So, I'm going to recuse myself from voting on it since I'm with the division. But we've been having internal dialogue separate of this. How can we meet these needs maybe without this $13,000? And so if it doesn't happen, the crews aren't just going to be out there with the clouds just digging trenches. They're going to be okay So I would, yeah.
And the people that you're training,
Yeah, I'm not saying that, yeah.
I was saying we should talk offline.
I was about to text Tyson, like, how much would it cost for you to drive up?
Yeah.
so is the group that's being trained, is your team being trained by INBA?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And does your team do training to additional people, or your team is actively doing the trail maintenance?
They are actively doing the trail maintenance. As of now, they do not do instruction for.
Whatever happened to the Master Trail Builder program at USU?
That's still going on. So they do have a grant, an active RTP grant, where they are putting on courses around the state that the trail crews here do attend.
I guess that launched right with COVID. That was kind of a difficult couple of years for them.
I'm just like interested in what the program is, but maybe I'll talk to you more about it afterwards.
With the limited education dollars, I would rather see it go towards Stewart Moab or one of these other.
Gotcha. I guess I was trying to tease out like what partial funding could be.
Do I want to just cut it? Not
I
consider
mean,
it?
I would not. I am very interested in some of these other education projects, knowing we have limited money, but if we do allocate to that much.
I make a motion to move on to the other education.
I don't think we need a second.
Yeah.
We'll just,
Okay,
Move on.
I wasn't part of the Stewart Moab one at all, but I did interact with them personally like a month or two prior to seeing it for the first time right now, and had a really good experience, but I'd love to hear what that was all about.
So maybe Jake, our local expert, also. But then I'd love to hear from Alex and give it a rest.
I'd like to hear Alex first, actually.
Hey, gavel.
The biggest thing that stood out for me was just the reliance on RTP funding for the personnel costs and the sustainability of the program moving forward. I think they just got 501c3 status with this new name. However, they had been doing the work prior, so there's some continuity there. I thought it was a huge ask with limited education funds, and it was hard for me to split out what we could kind of divvy out if we needed to do partial funding for it.
What's the real impact of it? Like, I can speak from my tiny experience, but I want to hear, like, as a whole, what's the purpose of Stewart Moab?
They were kind of the gold standard for public engagement education.
Yeah, I'll put on my Grand County resident hat. Stewart Moab, what we learned from funding this program, which used to be a Grand County program, pilot program to do education at 3 of the most high-use trailheads, and then that branched into motorized and also climbing access. They identified a couple places like that were made very popular by All Trails or other social media things, and places that had high search and rescue costs, like Left Hand Canyon and Mill Creek, where literally there's like multiple search and rescues every day.
Wow.
And they would establish user interface on a daily basis during high use periods. And they built on this program, started from a pilot program with just a couple individuals to then build it out to, I think it was like 10 full-time stewards. The Grand County decided to cut it because of costs. And they are trying to figure out a more sustainable funding model to figure out how to cover that need. The need and the numbers are all very well documented. In fact, a lot of other high-use counties and gateway communities have looked at this program and try to figure out how to mitigate some of their other costs, like search and rescue costs and impact fee costs.
300,000 documented user interactions since 2021. So
It really is the gold standard for.
So is it like ecosystem protection and personal safety is kind of like the main focus?
Poop and SAR.
Okay, cool. I mean, I feel like my interaction that I had with them was to a T exactly what you explained. So I feel like they're doing their job well, and it was like engaging enough for my little kids to enjoy it and me to like specifically remember it. So yeah.
But then it goes to the sustainability factor. If they did it as a pilot program through Grand County, and then now they're trying to figure out how to make it work, and then figuring out how to make it work and pay their people is to ask for state funding. Is there a fundamental risk?
It was politics. It was not a pilot program under the county. It was a supplemental to GCAP, which Grand County, because of all recreated in Moab at some point, decided to take over the volunteer trail organization that built all of the mountain bike trails that are now famous worldwide. That became a county program. The Stewart program then merged and morphed out of that, realizing that the user impact fees from TRT and other things could be helped to mitigate some of the search and rescue costs and poop costs. Got a lot of friends in resource management. It's just people in cars. And the reality is that it became cost prohibitive with all of the expected budgets and things given this year's outlook. And then, yes, there were some political other things at play. I love the program. It's near and dear to my heart. Having started and revamped and watched a lot of nonprofits over the years, it's the trying to figure out what those costs are in relationship to what is a sustainable model. They mentioned again and again and again that they're on reduced staff, of which, for those that aren't in the nonprofit, non-government world, like everybody was in reduced staff last year trying to deal with things. If you survived all of the things, that was just a positive. I am curious if there's an amount, a partial amount, that could help them achieve their goals.
Sticking with that a little bit, and then maybe this is something that we can communicate to applicants in the future, because if their request is 169,000, and we can essentially just count that all as education, because they do talk about minimal trail work. Already there, they've kind of exceeded what is even possible. So maybe there's opportunities just to.
I was going to note that they said the magic word, trail work, and to me, is therefore not education. And so I'm seeing $82,000 worth of education expenses within this.
Oh, okay.
So.
And they did receive half from OHV this time as well, half of their ask for OHV grant program.
Okay.
And so that's
For education,
70,000.
for education.
That's 70,000 that says trail work. That's good enough for me. That's not education.
When I thought
Hold on,
with partial funding, the seasonal ambassador staff, in that busy season, I thought would be evaluating some partial funding.
The 76,000 is under the trail optimization for class 1 e-bike, not under the Stewart Moab program.
I'm on Stewart Mount Moab. The weekday roving includes, unless I'm reading the wrong notes section, that includes trail work.
No, but to go to your point,
Oh, yeah.
on our spreadsheet, you said that they got a match from motorists.
No, I don't know if they had it on the motorized was a match to this or not. But they did apply for education and they got half of their ask for that one.
I think through the OHV and OHV Recreation grant.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's
The
not.
motorist.
So they've gotten funding from the state.
I think it was similar. I think they had asked for 2 years, and I think they gave them 1 year funding for that.
It's the same thing. So it seems like the question is, do we want to max our education allotment for this one application, or is it going to be split between this and the Avalanche Center?
Avalanche, we had clocked at 19.7,
So.
roughly 70.
And put us at 102 if we funded Stewart Moab, because that's only 82,000 of that is education. So it put us just over. So with some room for flexibility, I mean, I'm wondering if there's potential rollover that would increase that to 5%. Yeah, that's a tricky one.
And then, is it worth it just to take a look at just a quick snapshot of what other education projects we have? I know there was the outdoor therapies one. We have one on the back sheet.
And all the other ones are much lower range, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that North Davis, we already talked about it within the trails. There is some education within that one. Although, outdoor therapies, Stewart Moab. Avalanche Center.
Which was it? Air Mountain Trails had an education component, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, the Bonneville shoreline.
So
we already cut that one.
So there's roughly 75,000 toward, and they have like what, 82,000? Do I have those numbers right?
Yeah.
So I mean, you could even come in with with just the remainder of the education allotment on this, but then that's only gonna be a partial fund of their award. And maybe, because you'll still need to discuss what to do with that other, 80K on their request, which is the trail work. Light trail work.
So the total green, the value of the total green projects is about double what we have to allocate. So I was wondering if it's worth going through some of the higher dollar ones and seeing if there's any that would not be considered. And that would help narrow down our available allotment. So the St. George one, Utah Lake one, Salt Lake Climbers Alliance, Trail Moab one, Salina, the Arboretum Adventure Trails. Those are our big ones. And if we could put 3 or 4 of those from consideration, that might help us hone in on our available funds.
So do we want to start with top of the list, St. George, $200,000 request, Santa Clara River Trail, Methodist Park to San Hollow Wash. This was just awarded $1 million from the Utah Recreation Grant. Brett, or no, actually, Jenna, I haven't got to go on you.
Well, I'm hiding over here wherever I can. So I was actually talking with somebody from St. George about the Santa Clara River Trail, and they're saying how much it's being used, not just for recreational, but for commuting, for other things that are just getting off of the bigger roads. So, I mean, I know it's recreational trails, but at the same time, I'd really like to keep that in mind. But it's just Jenna.
One of the things I noticed was how much funding they already had from other sources, and this could be a nice way to support that, but I also thought maybe it's not as necessary. So it was kind of dependent on
Exactly why I bring it up now.
what everything else looked like. I would support funding it if we have the funds. It's connecting part of a bigger system, one of the fastest growing communities in the nation. It just hits a lot of boxes for me.
Same.
Go ahead, Brett.
Oh, no, just saying, totally agree with all that because it is so fast. Just an explosion down there. People are trying to figure out where they're going.
Who else? Patrick or Grant? Any thoughts on this one?
I have the same comments as Jenna.
Yeah, I have little to add. I think it's a great project. I would love to see that connection made. I think it's awesome that UORG has put money into it. But it's a huge amount of money we have left to get out.
Yeah.
So that's why.
Did they fall under the regional tier project?
Yeah, I mean, $1 million is the highest amount you can apply for. We have them present to the committee during UORG. I thought they did a good presentation, but yeah, they got full funding for it.
Did they give an idea of where the rest of their funding is, how secure it is? I mean, it's a $4 million project, we can't give them 200,000. Can they make that up?
I mean, the balance efforts from the city.
Yeah, I mean, I can even. Yeah.
The 3.9 is just City of St. George, so they didn't have any other, listed on here.
I feel like they'll make that happen.
Yeah.
Between
Compared to some other projects
Yeah.
out here.
So between the Regional Transportation Authority, between the MPO, city, I think there would be, because you could look at CMAQ funds, you could look at active transportation funds, you could look at public health funds, a number of avenues they could fund those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I guess they didn't really use this as an RTP match on the UORG budget. Do they not have it there as well? I mean, maybe we're just, doesn't look like it. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
So it almost feels like the total project costs.
So I bring it up, like I said, is if we can take a few of these off or chop it down a little bit.
I think I don't want to speak for St. George, but looking at that budget with the total project cost of 4,132 with kind of their contribution, and looking at the UORG budget with a 4,132, it seems like this $200,000 is kind of covered by that UORG million because it doesn't show up on the budgets aren't using each other to match in any way.
I make a motion that we nix it.
I second that.
We're not mixing much.
Okay,
We're doing
not
this.
doing-
We won't move forward though.
Or we're
It
just
seems like
we're moving forward and
without-
not considering that.
As someone who gave that a green and a high score, I support that.
Well, and I think these are discussions that really help again, like, right, you know, we work at, there's certain applicants who really depend on this, and then there's other ones that just like, it's nice to have, you know, and all of this really helps in how we communicate. And I think even with us in a administrative sense, I'm just thinking about like kind of the funding amounts that I put on. It's like, okay, maybe go just a little deeper and try to compare and see, like, because this one, it's not really a match, but it felt like it was a match because I think on the UORG application, they said they're using RTP as a match. When I look at the applications though, you're like, well, it doesn't, you know where I'm going. So, I mean, we can kind of continue to go down the line. What, are you defining anything over 100K? Is that kind of what you were?
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to bring up the Arboretum one, just because that's one that
Okay.
I gave it a decently high score, because again, we're building new trail, but my major concern there was a lot of money for very little trail. And so this is one where, again, if we had extra money that we were looking to spend, they would certainly use it. It would go to new trail construction, but where we're highly constrained on our funds, I think it would be worth considering other options, potentially multiple other options to areas that could use it to do more work. Simplify way to say that.
Okay, we had, I guess, both Brett and Jenna. Do either of you have anything to say on the Arboretum? I think you also got to say in the LWCF one.
I feel like I've heard so much about this for so many times.
Right.
I'm gonna pull up my notes.
They wanted to build like a
I
3-story
said.
giant tree structure.
It's amazing. Sure, you just.
It was.
Oh, this one again?
Yeah, you were on the
Bastion center.
So we have like the
okay,
giant
yeah.
squid thing on one side of the bag, and the giant tree thing on the other side of the bag, and I don't know, zip line or something.
That's it. Like a half hour.
Full pass it
Okay,
out.
well, I recuse myself anyway.
Yeah.
So is this inside?
It's outdoors.
It's
I could
outdoors.
not find anything
There,
in aerial imagery that made me think, oh, that's gonna,
well, it's all conceptual at this point, right? Like,
Oh.
because they've got this whole piece of property that they want to build this huge center with.
They're placed in South Jordan now? Is that where
I
they're doing
think
it?
so. It's at the
Yeah.
Bastion site, right? I think it's the same thing as the tree.
so
But
the
like-
whole point of this is they wanna give this alpine experience, but if the trees aren't there,
Yeah.
and they're not gonna pop up next
You gotta
year.
believe.
Okay.
20 years from now.
I was sure I missed something, but it sounds like I didn't. That was my concern. You can't build an alpine trail if you don't have an alpine area.
Well, you don't play Minecraft, you know, just instant boom done.
So can we move on past this one?
Yeah.
I would
Unless there's any strong.
The only one that ranked it
feelings,
high,
yeah,
that's
we
what-
can- So I guess I'll just kind of go back up the list.
Okay.
We've got Grand County Trail Optimization for Class 1 e-mountain bike introduction. This is a trail work project. It looks like they received 76,000 from Motorized.
Wait,
Ooh.
sorry, did we skip the one above that? The
Pure
CRM?
Polo?
Oh, I was just
We're
We're looking at the big dollars.
Oh, gotcha.
anything over 100
Sorry.
right now. Look at Alex, I'm gonna call you in a little bit.
That's not true.
Yeah, when was the last time I called?
I'm just
It's
kidding.
been a long time. I try to spread it out.
Hey, you weren't the red on this one.
I was not the red on this one. Thank you. Sorry.
We were thinking maybe 10 by much. Michael, one of these.
Yeah, there's some
Good luck.
new legislation with BLM authorization of the Class 1 e-bike users. So this is essentially going to build trails, make it more safer. So now we have hikers that are now interacting, or have been interacting with mountain bikers. Now they're going to be interacting with e-mountain bikers. It's all kind of the same thing, but there is an added level of safety risk there.
Policy being litigated.
This proposal made it seem like it was set in stone.
I think,
So I thought it was
Did you say
great
that
because
they're building new trail, because I didn't understand.
they're
that.
building like cutouts
Oh, gotcha.
for
Yeah.
people to pass.
Yeah, they might realign some spots for better sight lines, and that kind of thing, not new trails.
You know, I did think it was a strength that this is specifically because of that new regulatory decision. But at the same time, like if that regulatory decision was made without fully thinking out what it was going to cost to kind of build that up, whether that kind of lines in with RTP funding or not, But it does make sense. I'm a little bit biased for e-bikes just because it does provide access to some people that wouldn't necessarily be able to go out there. And I'm not talking about people with disabilities specifically, but I know many cases of just older and like less fit individuals that want to get into it. These e-bikes have been life-changing for them and created healthier lifestyles for them. It doesn't really have a couple of the negatives. It wasn't super broad for all trail users. It was really focused on kind of mountain biking. And then it was like really staff heavy budget. Oh, and then also, and you kind of alluded to it, but like, are we gonna do this for a year and then they're gonna come back and be like, well, that was a bad idea. Maybe we shouldn't have e-bikes on these roads.
So, I mean, they won't say that per se, but the reason I put it as low priority, not that it's not important, but this just passed. And so I don't think they know yet what exactly is going to do their use pattern. So like, I would almost rather see them like wait a year, like see where those pinch points are, and then come back with like, oh, now we know exactly kind of what we're seeing on the ground. And we want to have this more narrowly targeted. Because right now this is very like, they're coming, we want to do a scatter shot, like preventative thing. They don't necessarily know exactly those spots. And so I feel like in a year they could have some more data on what exactly needs to be like targeted.
I think it's a very valid point.
So
And they'd have the spot. They'll know the spot.
they'll know, because right now it says 185 miles of maintenance, but like they don't know what amount of that. Is it like a few very, very specific spots? And so I think there's just still too many questions as to where exactly they know that the resources are going to be needed.
Kristen, what were your thoughts?
I'm just thinking about it from both sides because I really like that point. I also feel like I personally have already seen a huge influx of people going there specifically because it's EMTB accessible now. Like even just in my immediate circles, like I've heard more about Moab in the last 3 months than I have in like the last 2 years. And people are like, oh yeah, I just got back from my trip or this, and this. It was amazing on an e-bike. I'm so happy that they finally, let this happen. And so I won't be surprised if there is a big influx of people and like maybe a need prior to the 1 year mark. And I think that it's like a really positive thing to show support for opening up. Was that Forest Service or what was it that was
BLM.
disallowed? BLM. I think there's a lot of merit to allowing Class 1 EMTBs be there and showing support for it, because I'd like to see other BLM areas be opened up to Class 1 e-bikes. You made the argument of it's really good for people who have a harder time getting onto the trails. And for some people that's, I only can go so far because of a disability I have. But for me, like I have a full-time job and small kids at home, and e-biking makes it accessible for me from a time perspective. And like, I think there's a huge group of people that would love to go and e-mountain bike in Moab that just can't because they can't take the time that they want to make it worth it. Versus when you take an e-bike there, it's like, okay, I got my fill in just a couple of hours. So,
On the e-bike question, one thing so I do a lot of permitting for bike trails lately, and particularly on BLM, we've been very deliberate about saying this trail is open to Class 1 e-bikes so that it's in the NEPA decision and that's just established from the get-go. So I think Moab is unique, where the trails had existed there for so long and they had different rules. But widely across the state, the newer trails it's established allowed use.
That's a good counterpoint. Do you feel like there's any areas that would follow Moab if this was to have more support behind it, or do you feel like everybody's already up to the times besides Moab? And
I don't know where there's any other BLM trails that e-bikes aren't allowed on.
Yeah, and to give some historical context to this, being a Grant County resident, knowing much detail about all these entities, the reason why Trail Mix was founded is because the Forest Service and the BLM are hilariously short-staffed in the area. And when TRT taxes then were like revamped, like dedicated to reducing impacts, that's what makes Moab a kind of unique community, because it is nonprofits that are now government entities that are doing all of the trail work and maintenance and education. There's only like 2 rec rangers for the entire Color Country District, and the Mantel Assault didn't have a trail crew last year. Yeah, I just read through this proposal, and it's a huge impact. Like, it's a lot of mileage, but there is like a unique context when we're talking about the trails of Moab and how they went from nothing to exploding.
Yeah.
And when I do trails training for all of our employees, I'll tell you, it's been 5 years since a BLM employee had like the time to even come out and like do it. Like, not even do it, just like say hi.
Yeah.
It's the nonprofits and the other organizations that keep the Band-Aids alive in that area.
I think there's something to be said for expectation too, because I haven't heard about conflicts on any of our other trails.
Right.
And on the Pavon Trail system down in Richfield, we just built that recently. It's mostly on forest. We didn't know that e-bikes weren't allowed. So there's been e-bike use on that consistently, and
They're not running into what Moab is saying they're gonna have.
right, because there's an expectation. There's tons of hikers. There's probably more people that hike on some of the trails there than that mountain bike.
Yeah.
But they've started to figure out, okay, these are the downhill trails. I've really got to watch if I'm walking there. And so it's more of a on the ground education, and then they learn to get along. And I can, again, with Moab, it's unique. They're established, but it may not turn out to be the problem that they're trying to get ahead of.
I feel like based on the conversation, I would probably drop mine for a green, being the only green person on that one.
If we were to just address the signage problem, just because we were talking about the cost effectiveness of signs and materials, it's like the salary is for the ask from RTP or 102K.
Oh, wow.
The rest of it is posts and signs. I'd have to add this up really quick, but you could
Fund the infrastructure.
if we do move on and don't forward this on, if we wanted to do it's a small ask.
And the other thing I was gonna bring up is we've got 2 big asks, 2 high-dollar asks from Grant County. And so we're looking at, can we partially fund both of them? Do we want to maximally fund one? They are slightly different roles. Is there one that's more impactful than the other? I think I like this idea of funding the infrastructure of the Grant County application and then funding the education part of the Stewart Moab program.
I think I'd also look at, like even just mountain biking, like so far, it's a fairly large percentage, this would be an additional.
I'd like to go back to Patrick's point of like, this is a little bit too premature. It's solving a problem that they don't fully know exists yet.
Well, so would funding the signage mitigate that without overcommitting our limited resources?
I think the only purpose of the signage was to indicate to people that class 1 is no longer disallowed, or is there other stuff?
Well, I would say, is the signage gonna be for reroutes?
Gotcha.
Are we funding signage for reroutes that we're not gonna fund? Because that's.
Yeah, I mean, and even the signage isn't huge, but a lot of the cedar logs they've asked for is to like delineate the trail to keep people from going off of it and onto like crypto.
And they say watch for 2-way traffic.
Yeah,
Yeah, here's a
they're
list of
just
signage here.
less of the directional use of it, but
So I mean, so is it worth it or not?
We can table it.
I'm gonna say no.
Well, I'm saying we take the ask down from 130 down to what, 20,000?
If you just did the signage.
Yeah. Or like I said, is the
Materials.
Stewart Moab one funding that one? Is that gonna be more effective?
well, and that was my thought as well. Is like I don't think we yet know if education for e-bikers is going to be more effective through like infrastructure on the ground, or if we actually have the stewards at those trailheads where e-biking is now allowed, and they just do general education for those folks.
It seems like from the conversation that, to your point, that it's anticipated impacts versus a fairly effective steward program. My inclination would be to fund the steward program over the other one. Just for the sake of trying to move this on.
Yeah.
Folks generally feel the
motion,
same,
or if anybody wants to, or we can kind of keep moving on.
do we want to cross it off? Do we want to look at the just was the signage part.
I think we crossed it off
I think we cross it off too. I mean, they could come back next year and put this same.
with some
some
data
numbers,
and
yeah.
numbers, yeah.
If it really has proven to be the issue that they think it might be.
You want to look at Salt Lake Climbers Alliance?
Yeah, so Wasatch Climbing Infrastructure Restoration Initiative from Salt Lake Climbers Alliance. It's a $101,000 request on a $299,000 project. They're awarded $151 award. Chelsea, I haven't got to call you.
Salt Lake Climbers Alliance is basically one of the only local, like in-house climbing organizations doing the work for climbing stuff. I know they definitely helped us conquer a lot of social trails, calm them down, harden a ton of areas like these pictures up here. And then they're also doing the work to replace the aging infrastructure in the vertical trails, also called climbing routes.
So Utah RTP, this committee, 5-7 years ago, we funded the first vertical trail in the country
Oh,
with
cool.
RTP funds. And it was through Salt Lake Climbers Alliance, and it was to do exactly this kind of work. So we had to go up to federal highways and explain it to them, explain what it was, and we kind of have led the way in that. Salt Lake Climbers has applied fairly regularly. Julia was a member of this committee for a long time. They do a lot of work. They use the money. So that was my high score, is because they've high impact area. They're uniquely skilled to do the work. They do the work well. They've executed well. It's a pretty good leverage of the funds, I think.
Yeah, a bunch of it goes to 5 weeks of a 4-person crew. And then a lot of it to their maintenance repair folks. So a lot of it does go to the actual labor who's doing all the work.
And as federal agency reps, we're horribly understaffed, and
We're probably not gonna do it.
no, and you're not going to be able to fund even just the supplies.
Mm-mm.
So the work won't happen if it's not funded through this mechanism, and this is a unique mechanism to fund this.
This looks like
I think we
it was
should-
one of two climbing access funds. Yeah, was the other.
I like that it gives us complete diversity, vertical trails.
I do, as the red guy in the room.
Well, tell us why we shouldn't.
Previous funding, and then it came down, like, there was a significant emphasis on the safety thing, and then my research of, how many accidents happen because of this particular problem that they're trying to solve. I just didn't find any data behind that.
Because we've been funding them.
Well, then, awesome, I love that, but to hear the history behind it is very helpful. To know that they're trusted, that they, they're utilizing the funds responsibly and fiscally conservatively. Maybe my red turned a little orange.
Is there any way to
There was
split
a big ask for a small user group, but we haven't funded any of the user groups this year, so that's a great one.
Is there a partial option with that? I didn't review this one, so I didn't look at the budget in detail.
I mean, they could just do less.
And I do want to say, this was like the best written proposal, so whoever they have written.
Again, Julia sat on this committee for.
Yeah. It was really, really well written.
I think maybe just like a point of policy too. Julie was on this last year. I think we've had like Sarah Bennett from Trails Utah. We've had a number of people who were active applicants on the council, and then made the decision to like, hey, let's keep applicants out of the council. So just kind of going forward, if any of you are like, hey, I want to apply, we can talk about that. But I think we had one recusing for something. You two can't vote like on the national forest, but yeah, I think that's just more point of policy.
I don't vote on the
guys
national
for it.
center.
Yeah. Utah State. But anyway, back to the budget.
I can read these out so people can know what we're talking about here. So just about 40,000 going to a professional trail crew. So 5 weeks for a 4-person trail crew, 14,000 for volunteer outreach coordination, 16,000 for an anchor field technician, and then another 31,000 for a anchor technician crew of 5. So they'll be doing 40 hours a week.
If we really want to get into the weeds, we could cut that 14 education component. We're still doing trail work then we can focus on other trail work centric projects.
Or if we funded it half, does that mean they can do half the trails?
Probably, and they'll buy less anchors and.
There's partner funds covering half of the cost for volunteer outreach. So that 14,000 is half of a $29,000 extended cost.
They only tell them half the facts.
Or they could just use every other word that they want.
Yeah.
It's really fucking.
It is fucking- My daughter likes.
If a major not wanting to move forward with this is because my square is red, just know that it's more orange. Thank you for enlightening.
You're feeling bad about your red squares.
I
So,
think-
so this exercise they're doing right now is to eliminate, or at least that's what we've been doing. So is this one that we want to not eliminate at this point?
I'd like to keep it on the table.
Yeah, I think I'm to the point that I want to see what the rest of the projects are, and then
Right.
it's like.
So the only one,
Maybe we should just start like assigning like a score out of 100, more or less, and then we can kind of judge them against each other quickly.
the only other bit, sorry.
No, go ahead. I was gonna say, once we like get through just understanding what the rest of the projects on the table are, then we can kind of reference back and say, this one was our favorite, this one maybe bumped that one down, yada, yada.
I think our last hour, that a little quick.
And so, yeah, if we go on to the next one, if we're looking at big ticket, we'd be looking at Salina City.
Yeah, that's the last
So this is a land acquisition, it looks like. Evan, can you speak a little bit on this one? Because this is, and I guess my LWCF folk, this was a 2024, LWCF 2023, I know, and then, yeah, I guess I was surprised to see it as a land acquisition. It's like, oh, okay, let's go.
Yeah. So it was a 2024 LWCF project, one of our first acquisition projects as a division, which was exciting. And so that funding specifically went to purchasing a motorized a motorcycle course in the town of Salina. They're hoping to expand upon that and add an additional couple, I don't know what the exact acreage is, but they want to add a mountain bike course to kind of go along the side of that. I'll note that they did seek funding from the Off-Highway Vehicle Advisory Council, not through RTP, but through the OHVR grant. And they did not secure that funding, nor did they secure UORG funding. Both under the impression that an adjoining landowner had questionable support for the project.
Like, maybe add just a little more context on the UORG side too, and please correct me if I'm misspeaking here, Jake. The maintenance was really unclear when they were talking about the course. There's like, well, we'll hire somebody who's gonna be doing the maintenance. They didn't really have an idea how much cost. They didn't necessarily have money dedicated to this maintenance person. So it was a little unclear. And I think the consensus on the UORG side was like, you know what, let's work with them this year. Let's get them really ready next year. And I think that's the same consensus on the OHV side. But you know, but this is a different project, right? This isn't, those were for the, like a motocross course, you know, this is a land acquisition. So,
but it sounds like it's a continuation of that same project though.
yeah, and maybe I'll just call on you to present as Mr. Green, I think.
You know, man, build,
Oh, no, wait.
let's build trails.
Is it even feasible with
both
that?
of you are good.
Okay.
It's worth pulling up the budget probably.
And it was 35 and a half acres.
All right, Jenna, do you want to talk on this a little bit?
Yeah, I know this one pretty well because I helped with the LWCF wildlife surveys. So Salina City got, I think, an 80-acre parcel 2 years ago to build out near their Blackhawk Arena. So it's kind of an established county area. Oh, thank you. Okay, so the big rectangle piece is what they've already got. And that's for motorized use. Do you also have one of the design plans?
Yes.
I can.
Yeah, let's take a look at it.
Okay, well, the idea is to put a mountain bike trail basically around the perimeter of that rectangle piece and then route it down and to use that 35 acres to flesh out the rest of the mountain bike trail to be used for a NICA trail. So you've got to have 4 to 5 miles for that to be an eligible trail.
They want the mountain bike trail to go around the motorized trail?
Around a couple of facilities. Yeah.
Is that the property, the bottom left? Is this what
Yes.
they're looking to acquire? That's not.
And I asked them, so the properties connect right there, and this is a piece that wasn't addressed. But I talked to Brock Jackson with 6 County.
Yeah.
They have verbal agreement from those landowners. They've got easements for the towers there. And so he didn't see that that was ever gonna be an issue. But it was still a little bit of a concern for mine because it's not in writing. And if you buy that property and you can't get to it,
Yeah, we can't fund a trail project on land they don't own or have guaranteed access to. We have to guarantee public access to this.
Yeah, and this will be funding just the land, right? So there, I don't, there's no, is there any construction in this, or is this
this
just?
was just,
Yes, it's
and this,
purchase.
the numbers match. They have a purchase agreement with Salina Irrigation Company. I was in support of the project just based on the information we had, but I did still have some of those concerns, which is why it ranked a little bit lower. And it doesn't build the trail.
RTP is unique in that it's one of the 2 grants that will fund acquisition.
Is there a chance that they would be able to, with enough help, like come and like do maybe like a tier 1 like project proposal, right? Because there's all these other pieces, and with the motorized and the non-motorized, and like I remember a couple weeks ago in the committee meeting, like the idea of building a hiker trail is like in Salina is like amazing, but there's always that like, is it a big enough ask to actually successfully do that? And with like a rural community like you live in, do you think that they would have that capacity in like a year? If we were to like grant them this
To
land?
request funding to build the trail?
Yeah, but to do like a big ask.
Oh,
A big
Tier
ask.
one
have a-
minimum is 750.
Are you familiar with the tier 1 grants for your?
I
Overview wouldn't
haven't looked
hurt.
at that for
Yeah,
2
so,
years, so.
It's one now? It's one.
is it one there?
Yeah, so the UARG, it goes up to $1 million, which is a regional asset tier. Anything over $500,000 is considered a regional asset tier. 30,000 to 500,000 is considered a tier 1.
I will say this, we are building a Nike trail down at Monroe at the other end of the county right now. So we have a really good feel for the costs, and it's not a big ask at all. So I would think they're well positioned to ask for a smaller amount for sure.
I would love to see like big infrastructure stuff happen in that area.
The county, I'm surprised we didn't see anything from the county here. They are super supportive because each Nike race brings in a minimum of $1 million to the economy, which is how we got support for ours.
I'm just gonna ask a question, like, given that there's only a selection of NICA courses, like a small selection of NICA courses around the entire state, and there's one in Richfield and 15 minutes away, there's one going in Monroe, do we really need another NICA course 15 minutes north?
The model, so I can answer this. They would like to split it into divisions because right now you've got kids that have to travel to Moab or to Cedar City, and it's a long ways. The idea is if we can have NICA regions, you're traveling 15 minutes. So they're different courses. You're still getting that benefit, and it's actually really favorable in their opinion to have
Courses
high
close to
density.
each other.
Mhm.
Gotcha.
When you think about like Richfield specifically, you're really talking about the whole middle of the state. Those towns that most of us don't know about that make up the majority of the state.
Yeah.
And as
So
much,
Monroe and Salina as
land, yeah.
I guess maybe to add a little more context to this as well, because, the UARG gets its funding from the transient room tax, which is hotel tax, as well as from the Outdoor Adventure Commission. And one of the comments that came up, and granted, this is a very tourism focused group, but they're like, where are they gonna stay though? They're doing these in hotels and they're all gonna be staying in Richfield. But as, the ask that they made to UARG was for camping, was to try to figure out opportunities for people to at least stay locally until, building a hotel is not, they can't just build hotels, right? You need to have people come in to build those. And so I think they are trying to address some of that as well.
I remember my comment on this was that it's a pretty big piece of property for fairly little money. There was it 36 acres or 40 acres or something for $113 or $113,000.
Is it what?
Yeah.
And
They're gonna put a golf course there.
It's got some pretty good topography too. Like it's not flat up on that hill. And
So again, bang for buck, like making our money work. This was a lot of acreage for relatively little money.
I like the idea of thinking big too, because I think that's ultimately where they're trying to go with.
It's an ambitious one.
Well, and again, there are only 2 grants, RTP and LPCF, that will fund land acquisition.
The other recognition is also called
What's that?
Napa Recreation Initiative, which is
Oh.
a state grant.
Oh.
It's been doing that. I mean, it's what, I think actually funded the initial feasibility study for this as well.
It seems like they're doing it right.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they're getting their plans and they're doing the NEPA stuff. They're thinking kind of coordinated, big picture level.
Well, there's concerns about the adjoining ownership, just from like a noise perspective, from the motorized activity taking place. I can't imagine the mountain bike activities going on are gonna be nearly the that kind of.
Yes and no, because if they're
Yeah.
planning on a race course.
Well, that was in
less
that-
frequently, but high impact.
And the OHV Council, and again, that was for the motocross. So different project, different sport, but yeah, there's just a property owner, I think that's on top of the green, like that house right up there, this property owner.
It's close.
They're trying to get something in writing, an agreement. He seems a little apprehensive. He seems like he supports a lot of it, but doesn't support some other. And so that's ultimately why they chose not to fund it on the OHV Council, because they did feel comfortable that that landowner was given enough of an opportunity to like truly come to a decision and support or not support. Yeah, definitely weird vibes,
Yeah.
And I think they kind of the same thing, which is just like, we want to support this. This is a great project. We need clarity on this landowner, though. We don't want to force this landowner to sue, to have a miserable home experience, et cetera. But
I mean, if there's no motocross course, can they get that mileage inside there? Just a non-motorized thing.
Well, that's part of what I was thinking too, is like, whether this serves as the impetus to tip the scale into seeing the other properties come on board, or, you know what I mean? Like, could this be let's build the inertia to see this project happen? Otherwise, are we stuck with funding a purchase of land? I don't want to really do much, but you're saying the topography is good for it. And yeah, even if they couldn't do the whole regional huge complex on this hillside, eventually they could still build a pretty good mountain bike trail system just on this piece that they're trying to buy in here. So it wouldn't be a loss.
Well, I mean, I think just to give us our time check, it's 2:04, so we've got another hour. We've kind of gone through our big tickets. I think we've tabled a few.
Can you remind us, how much money do we have left?
Let's take a look at the totals here. So.
Oh, got more than I thought. Okay.
So, I mean, we can start kind of working with some funding motions if we want. We can kind of relook at, I think we left off with education. We can try to solve the Grant County education and the UAC education piece.
There are 3 smaller amount projects that we hadn't covered, maybe 3 or 4, that I'd like to discuss, because maybe those are easy add or drop.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess starting from the top, that would be, are you getting trail signage upgrades for readability, accuracy, and longevity to Willa County Parks and Rec?
That was actually not one of them, but we can talk about that one.
I mean, I
That's
guess-
higher up.
Because we also have, Deer Hollow Trail Maintenance, Safe Access, and Trail Side Gear Project.
Okay,
and
that was the one I wanted to talk about.
Extreme Notice Adaptive Trail Equipment. And I'm just looking at grades right now, just to be clear. So, Jenna, do you want to just go ahead and pick one and we'll kind of chat about it?
Well, I didn't review the Cedar Mountain project, but that one's near and dear to my heart, because I've been skiing up there since before there was ever a trail, and now that I've skied up there with the trail, it's awesome. And I was curious what people who had reviewed thought.
I think winter sports, it's one, maybe the only one that's.
I scored it. Living in Monticello and building a Nordic Trail system on one of the least visited mountain areas that used to have a ski resort on it. The Bajos cost, the cost part of it, I thought it was just an easy high scoring project. I think I put it in the medium because of the longevity of it. I looked at the past history of their ass and then trying to do general maintenance. I think my notes specifically were they
Put it as high though.
What's that?
You put it as
Did I
high.
put it as high?
Yeah.
I did. But I think my score was a little lower. But inevitably, could they just ask for more later on in a different funding source? And figure out a long-term solution for it, but it's a small ask.
I put it as high priority. I thought it was great. I mean, this is like important infrastructure they need, and it's a volunteer run organization. You know, so all the labor to operate the machines, do all this, it's all volunteers. And so they're just asking for some infrastructure so they can keep their volunteer grooming program going, which I think is awesome.
And I also had the Park City groomer project, so.
Yeah.
So I had those both open up
Yeah.
on my computer, and I was like,
They're a little different.
really?
Yeah, I ranked it and felt the exact same.
So seems good vibes on that one.
So do we want to,
I make a motion to recommend funding for this project.
All right, motion to recommend funding, full funding, is what I heard.
I second that.
Okay, for $60,800 to the Cedar Mountain Nordic Ski Club. We have a second from Jenna. Motion made by Alex. Any discussion on that motion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Nice.
All right, Brett, I jumped to the, any opposed? I'll remember to delay. We've only taken one real motion so far. Okay, great.
Use the gavel.
Gavel.
So we'll move that to the recommended list. Where does that put us on our funding sheet?
So that puts us, refresh. 429 spend, that's a balance of 513,000.
Do you guys mind if we drop down to the Bluff River equestrian parking?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. I was the only green one on that, and I feel like maybe it could be an easy one to knock off if I hear some counterpoints. But that was actually maybe my top scored one, just because I felt like equestrians are supposedly, you know, per the writing, already included in this trail system, but they didn't have a place where they can feasibly even drive their trailers in and like park. So they were functionally excluded from participating there. And I feel like there's a lot of hands-on labor being provided by the backcountry human group. And it was like a pretty small ask as far as like total dollars go. And I felt like it was just like, it seemed like a pretty easy yes for me, but I'd love to hear some counterpoints.
I guess also this is the one straight equestrian application we have. So let's maybe go to Alex with our red.
Yeah, I think equestrian users across the state are a little bit overlooked a lot of times, but they are also a very small user base. One thing that I noticed on this one, the area, Sand Flats area, it's really remote. I didn't see any hard data on how many users would be affected by this particular project.
Yeah, maybe it's like 2 people that actually use it each year.
And those 2 people are really loud, and I get it. I'm sorry that you're overlooked, but I just didn't know how many people there would be to use it. It is a really, again, it's a valuable project. I just thought $47,000, maybe because of how remote it was. I found that to be a lot of money for the small amount of parking lot turnaround area that was going to be introduced.
That's true. That is a
So-
adopted one.
So,
It was-
yeah.
It's almost the same.
Sorry, what was the project?
It's the
Bluff River equestrian parking.
Yeah, so it's the Sand Creek Trail, so RTCA helped them on planning this about 10 years ago, right when I came on.
Well, okay, let me frame this. I'm working on getting a contract set up to do NEPA for the Sand Island campground to revamp the parking, because they do have a lot of river raft traffic. I was not aware about equestrian.
That's the closest
But
area.
if the BLM's, like, I'm trying to figure out what's being requested and if it's already
So the
covered.
Sand Flats area is the closest access for equestrian, but there's no turnaround there. So they're asking, this project is in a different location nearby,
Okay,
and it is to put in a gravel parking lot with a turnaround, enough space for equestrian users.
so it's not in the Sand Island Recreation Area, or it is?
It's close to it, but it's not in it.
Okay.
And please correct me if I'm wrong.
Chelsea, I guess you're our yellow. Do you have anything you want to add on this?
I had the same thing, wondering how many users were actually in need of this, or if it was just a couple squeaky wheels. Because they
I bet
said,
that was intentionally left out, now that I'm thinking about it, because
that's
that's so glaringly way out there and such a small user base that if they were to paint the
Yeah.
numbers, they probably would have
Or, well, no, the one that
dug their own
showed.
grave already.
I'm trying to
So
think
maybe
where
we
it
should
is
take that
here.
as a clue.
I really couldn't get behind it. All right, Apparently my colors are very opinionated. They're either really good.
Well,
And they did invite other users in, like other people could use their parking lot. They even have a bike rack proposed in here. So that made me very curious how many people would actually use this new.
Did they apply to LWCF this cycle?
The backcountry horse?
No.
Or bluff? I can't remember. I mean, I know
Are
like
they
this-
trying to get a right-of-way or something?
I can't remember. I know like you helped fund this Blood River Trail.
Yeah, so they,
You know, and maybe just adding a little context for the backcountry horsemen. I mean, they really do a lot of great work. You know, they're a really motivated user group. I mean, you know, they volunteer so well, but as they participate in a lot of kind of our regional councils, the parking is really a big issue for them. Like every single project they talk about is like, are you considering equestrians? You know, how are you developing this? And so I know, you know, whether it's going to be used a lot or not, this is a statewide issue with anybody who wants to ride horses. It's just there's not an ability to have, you know, to be able to pool your trailer and just give them the necessary space.
also having been down to this space though, like there's open space that they could do it.
Yeah.
Right, we're not talking about a canyon. We're not talking about, talking about the Wasatch Front, little copwood or something. Like there's plenty of dirt that they could go turn around on.
Do you think,
Not to minimize it.
I'm just starting to glance at our counties, you know, there was a $148,000 award to San Juan County with the Bears Ears National Monument Trail Maintenance Project. Do you think they're making any allowances for developing equestrian resources in that trail plan? Does anyone who review that now?
I mean, they're rehabbing existing trails, and I would imagine most of them would allow.
Very multi-use.
Yeah. And that doesn't solve the parking issue, which is considerable issue.
My thought is we're looking at two parking lot trailhead projects that are similar in cost. The Ogden one would seem like it would have a much higher impact than this one.
that's for sure.
And I did review both of those, and that was a thought process that I.
I feel like I would motion to not recommend funding for the bluff.
Or we just keep moving on, you know?
Yeah, like if you scroll to the photos area, like it's, I unless it gets really busy there and I don't know, I think it's, it looks like I could pull my trailer through there.
This is like, I've been there.
Yeah.
And multiple times.
I can see tracks of someone.
Yeah.
Exactly that.
You can still do it. You can live it, yeah.
You line up there.
I think the only question I have is if there is a torrential rainstorm, will it cause a problem if somebody's pulling through?
Yeah.
Oh, that's grass.
That wasn't right up in their proposal, but that's a good point, Brad.
Now we're doing a lot of one-ifs.
So, reading through this, being a person that deals with federal budgets and grants all day, the BLM is bringing $5,200 to the table. Could we maybe match that $5,200 because it is kind of rare for the BLM to have funds?
What are they gonna be able to do?
And those funds are 2 workers.
Oh, that's
It's their
oh,
labor.
it's in cash. Sorry, you guys do it. Yeah, never mind. I take back everything.
There's a cash match from the applicant from Backcountry Horseman, but yeah. The labor is the match for BLM.
I see that.
So,
It's just in the cash.
And it's literally 40,000 in crushed gravel.
Yeah. Well, it's $61 a ton. That's kind of.
Well, I may make the suggestion, we kind of go back to our education allotment, try to get that sorted, and then kind of start working our way with the real funding recommendations. So I guess maybe just to kind of help facilitate that discussion a bit, we do have Utah Avalanche Center. The full request was $65,561. We identified 19,700 of that was education. So I think maybe the decision there is, does that receive full funding? Do you carve out education?
I would love to see just that all get funded.
Make a motion, do it, do the thing.
I make a motion to fully fund Utah Avalanche Center application at whatever that dollar value.
At $65,561.
That's it.
Is there a
I second the motion.
motion made by Patrick, seconded by Alex? Any discussion on that motion? This is full funding, including the 19.7 for education. Okay, hearing no more discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so that passes unanimously. We'll move that to the recommended list. And I guess let's go visit Stewart Moab, since that's the other education one that really got a lot of attention. Our balance for education is gonna put us at 94 minus 19, public math.
75-ish.
75. Let's get a real number, just so we.
Yeah,
can
I'm gonna
make
get
sure.
that. I'm gonna make a little formula here in a second. Let's see. No, I have to do public math. So that leaves a balance of 64,582.
Okay, so 64,582 available. And then as we looked at that budget, I know there was discussion on just funding the education. There's discussion on, I mean, because the full ask itself is 169,000, so there's about 105,000 of additional requests on there.
And that was for trail, right?
Light trail work, I believe, is how it was framed.
It was 107 miles of light trail work based on the high use 327 trailheads that they do. Actually used AI to figure out if that was an accurate number, and it's 107 miles amongst the 3 major trailheads. Thank you, AI.
But don't thank you enough to build a data center on the Salt Lake.
So I think, I mean, there seems there is a lot of momentum for the full 64,000 education fund here. I don't want to speak for you all, but like there is. Maybe a quick discussion about the remainder. I can call on people who reviewed it again. Patrick, do you want to speak a little on it?
Yeah, I mean, the work they do is absolutely fantastic, and I would love to see other communities do a very similar thing. It's a little unfortunate that they are in this position right now. You know, I guess I would be curious if we did partial funding. I would almost not want to kind of tell them what to use it for, or say, hey, like, use this to the best of your ability as you try and get on your feet. You know, and whether that's education, light maintenance.
Did they apply anywhere else? Did they apply anywhere else?
They applied to the OHV recreation grant. They got, I think, 1 year of funding. And we can look at the actual award and kind of what they did. They did get funding on the motorized RTP side as well.
That was on through Hobe.
Oh, so Stewart Moab did not apply to motorized.
Let me confirm.
Yeah, they didn't get awarded.
Okay, but yeah, they did receive some funding through our OHV recreation grant. Patrick's point, they are kind of trying to stand up after like a bit of a contentious time.
And a clarifying point too, for somebody that literally spent too many hours reading through this one proposal over and over again. This is for the 2027-28 cycle, as they're trying to figure out like what, I think they've broken up into phase 1 and 2 of how to make up that stopgap now. They're not a grand county organization. Because that was my thing, like, I would love to see, like, cool, what is your financial plan then for phase 2 and what that looks like. I'll just note too, science motive was also on that list, but we're talking about the last 2 remaining education ones.
Because again, on this application, management hours is their biggest ask. 34,000, right? Or what's the 70s right below it?
And 70,000 is for the trail work, so the weekday roving.
Weekend tabling, weekend roving.
And did it 100K? For my own ignorance, there's no, as far as this funding goes, and TRT tax stuff, like does any of that go in there into the like sway of the application, or is it all just straight RTP?
Like how we measure these on this end?
Like as far as like the impact fee dollars and what that looks
No,
like.
so this comes from gas tax.
Yeah. Because I mean that's the hard part, right? Is that there is not another avenue currently for a program of that nature to utilize that, even though it's mitigating tax dollars.
It would seem like they could go for TRT funding, but
After they do the county, unfortunately. That's how they normally have been able to get funding, was through the mitigation aspects of TRT usage.
Right.
Okay. I'm just letting this simmer. Would it be easier to pivot to a few other ones that?
Well, I was wondering if it's, so like, our biggest ask that hasn't been eliminated is Utah Lake for 200. What if we funded it at 100? They don't get to do as many signs, but they still do a bunch. If you saw, they had really around the lake, you know, maybe they're not doing all signage. They're not doing the less populated areas. I don't know. I don't know.
Even though I couldn't find all the information I wanted, I did rank it pretty high. And I found it. I got there.
Okay,
Go ahead.
I can make a motion.
I like the idea of partial funding because it seems like this type of project lends itself well.
Come back next year. With $100,000, they could still do a crap ton of signs, and like come back next year and do the other half of the crap ton.
Tooele County, I don't think we actually covered Tooele County, but they are also looking at almost the exact same thing, wayfinding with the signs. And they did bring up that there is efficiency at scale. Maybe that's not an issue with Utah Lake because there's so many anyway. But
So we have two signage up for discussion. The discussion centered around half funding for Utah Lake Authority. I'd assume full funding since it's a small dollar ask for Tooele County. I don't want to speak for anybody, but I'll entertain any kind of motion.
I'd like to make a motion to recommend funding for half of the Utah Lake project and full funding for the Tooele project.
Okay.
I second that. Oh,
I'm gonna give
Yay,
Brett.
Brett!
that second. So
I like that.
Alex has made a motion to fund the Utah Lake Authority at $100,000 and the Tooele County Parks and Rec at the full funding amount of $19,470. Seconded by Brett. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, I'm gonna go ahead and call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sorry, Brett. Any opposed? All right, that one passes. So we'll give our admin a moment to bring that up. Okay, so we're looking about 3:30.
Yeah, 328,736.
I think we've moved on a lot of these.
I'm happy that Tooele actually, they don't get anything out there.
So if we kind of start going.
they have a website that I could easily find.
Oh, dear. What feedback to give us?
It'd be hard to see if all of these tables are open.
One at a time. I'm coming.
Right.
The Science Moab is the top ranked unallocated one right now.
Yeah, that was the education. And again, that just kind of, I guess, goes back to our education discussion.
What was left in the education budget?
So we got
We got 64,582.
Okay, well,
Oh, really? That's 74,000, right?
Was this 70?
it was like 94 minus 15, wasn't it?
Okay, well, let's say 74,582.
I have 64,582 is what I wrote down when you announced it.
Oh, really? All right.
I could have been wrong.
So with Evan's logic of the stewards program being education and trail work, if we just tease out the professional service line item of part-time trail ambassadors versus the roving folks that are supposed to be addressing 107 acres of trail mileage, it's $48,000. Would be just the educational amount of that one.
And that's at the Stewart.
That's the steward program.
I had in my notes that if we were gonna fund it partially, it could be for this season.
And that was 48K, you said?
48K pays for the weekend tabling, which is the educational portion.
Okay.
That's
All-
their high impact.
The motorized stuff, or the roving folks that are also gonna do like trail work and everything else is covered by the other stuff in the budget.
And are we prioritizing the trail stewards over Science Moab?
No,
Well, that's I think the decision we have to make.
I think I am.
I think you're pulling the education pieces out and seeing how the funding would cover both. And then if there's a trail piece to additionally cover the stewards, then you can cover them more.
And I would assume the science certified guide training program is entirely education. I don't know if we need to pull anything out.
Right.
So that would put it at 41, which would get us like 89. I mean, that would put us over our education threshold, but you know, there could be a pullback on one or the other to get us at that.
Right.
And what the number is 74, 64?
Yep, 74.
74, okay. So we would essentially need to pull 6,000 out of those two if you wanted to fund both education.
I'm gonna make a motion to fund the education portions of both of these proposals. Recommend
But at what level?
everything but $6,000.
Who are you taking 6,000 from?
Would, if I
He's
assist
trying.
on that motion, if we just took 3K from each?
Yes.
Genius.
Is that a better one?
So, I'm just gonna repeat this motion.
45
Before we get a
stewards.
second. The motion on the table by Alex is to fund Science Moab at 38,527 and fund the Steward Moab at 45,000. Do I have a second on that motion? Call. More, is that a second? Sure. Second. Christian. Any discussion on that motion?
Alex, did you make the motion?
I made the motion.
Grant administration.
Hearing no discussion, I'll kind of move that to a vote. So all in favor of funding Science Moab, Steward Moab, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? I mean, all I heard was aye, so we'll say that motion passes. And so that does take the remainder of the education allowance.
Or the Farmers Alliance.
And now let's pull up the last scoring sheet. It's always so fun when you're trying to do the live tracking. There's like, well, where does that leave us? You're just like, I gotta enter it all first. Like, you work sometimes they'll pass like 30 at a time. You're just like, hold on.
So that's a balance of 244,515.
Okay.
So Solid Climbers is our next highest ranked.
Just confirm, we funded Science Moab at 38,527.
Correct.
Okay, and then we did
82
Steward Moab at 45.
Correct.
692. Okay.
And those were both, I guess. I mean, the Science Moab, just try to deliver your project with $3,000 less, I guess. And then Steward Moab, specifically for Trailhead, like in-person education. We like to make sure that our contracts and our expectations are very close to what the motions were.
Yeah, the science model one should be, it's 75% of the whole.
Okay.
What's
Sorry,
the-
I was a little unclear. If we're funding the education portion, does that mean that there's still, we need to evaluate whether to fund the rest of it with
Good.
just regular fund?
Yeah, I mean, that's on the table. Well, yes, that's all.
Okay.
I would like some discussion on that, I think.
Open it up.
Give that some partials.
We've got 250,000 months.
Yep, we have 244,000.
So, where are we at? Next high, and we did fund Cedar Mountain Nordic Ski Club, is that correct? Yes.
Solid Climber Alliance is the next one.
Yeah. We'll entertain discussion.
I think we had some good discussion on it. I'm the glaring red dude. But after hearing all the discussion, I think we should recommend that for funding.
I'll entertain.
At 100%. Sorry, I have kind of lost track of what we have funded and what we.
So the live
ruled
scoring
out.
sheet, if you, I can kind of roll through it real quick.
Okay.
And I'm not sure even I got everybody just yet, but so we have the top 5 projects all awarded, and then
But 3 of them are, but 2 of them are reduced.
yeah, there's some reduced awards within that.
Okay.
And then the Division of Outdoor Rec was not passed, but we have Tooele was funded, then Utah Avalanche Center, Cedar Mountain Ski, and then Steward Moab would be the next one on this list. So that should be everybody there. So if you have the live scoring sheet up, it should reflect all the scores. It doesn't have the reduced awards, but it does have the projects.
So this first red one down, was that the one, Patrick, you were saying
Yeah.
there's other
Yeah.
sources for that one?
Yes. Yes.
Okay,
I believe the Santa Clara was tabled.
Yeah.
Grand County Trail Optimization Table. So yeah, it does bring us to the Farmers Alliance.
So there was talk of partial funding. They would just do less work. Possibly. Probably.
can we just, even with the summary, figure out if we've got a short list that we know we want to talk partial funding for and finish ruling some out?
So they're saying we're gonna budget for, 3 weeks instead of 6 weeks type thing.
They probably just.
What were you hoping to follow up? I'm sorry.
Just to sort out if there were projects we wanted to prioritize partial funding, or if some that now we
Right.
knew where we are, we want to rule out.
I mean, I can kind of think about some of the discussions we had coming up, because we started to start from the bottom and identified a few. The 22nd Street Trailhead felt like there was some support for. Other ones that we talked about within that. I think with the Sandy City, we did discuss that, kind of seemed similar as the Santa Clara big project. The lighting.
Well, maybe let's talk about Santa Clara then. Is the consensus
I thought we
that,
already nixed that one. We already passed that one, I think.
that they're gonna find funding if they need to, and they got,
$4 million.
okay. I just wanted.
Yeah, with the absence of,
That was the one where their budgets didn't match.
Yeah,
It
that
looked like they were leveraging the grants to each other, so it shows us that they just.
It almost feels like it's all funded.
And then on the trail optimization, were we of the opinion that this was premature?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then we are at Salt Lake Climbers Alliance as the next project that has not been determined.
can anybody with a lot of detailed knowledge of it give a number of like what partial funding could look like? If that's just half or.
Chelsea, did you have some ideas on that?
I would think if they're trying to fund a team of 4, partial funding would just look like a team of 3 or a team of 2. Or they work out.
Or
one area
is it
and
gonna
save
leave a
another.
trail, a vertical trail unfinished or something, or like, do they have a scope of the number of routes that they're trying to?
Yeah, it's a weeks of work with a certain size crew, so I imagine they'll either shorten the weeks or shorten or reduce the crew size. And then adjust their scope of what they prioritize.
Okay, that makes sense.
So they will just cover less.
Yeah, those colors.
Could they do impactful work funded at a 50% level? Does it need to be a 70% level? Do you have any insight on that?
It would have to look at their priority of work to see.
Yeah, and they might decide it's more important that they focus on the bolting, if they know that that's aged, rather than the trail
The
work
stone
to
work,
access
yeah.
it.
Exactly.
And so, I wouldn't feel comfortable telling them what to prioritize. I'd rather say this is the reduced funding to 75% or something, and you do the best you can with it.
That sounds like you're about to make a
I didn't
I say, talking with them in the past, I've been thinking your guys' comments are absolutely right. So they would do less feet, and they'd probably focus more on the actual vertical stuff than the access to the climbing route stuff, which they could still do one handle. So I bet they would take 75%. Julia's done in the past.
75% would be $76,049.25.
I think I would love to do that. And also just because there's a very important skill part of it. If we reduce too much, they could lose skilled people who can, there's not a lot of people who can do this bolting, do this rock work. And I don't want to see those folks gone. So,
And they did get $150,000 from York.
so I will make a motion to fund the Salt Lake Climbers Alliance Wasatch Climbing Infrastructure Restoration Initiative at 75% of their ask.
I would like to second Patrick's well thought out motion.
Okay, so motion made by Patrick to fund Salt Lake Farmers Alliance at $76,049.24, 75% of their award.
What was that number?
$76,049.25. Seconded by Jake. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Gavel, gavel, gavel.
Gavel, gavel.
Motion passes. Brings us to, where's that?
We did not cover one of the projects on the list,
Oh,
the park service.
yeah, we touched on it
We had a
briefly,
very
but
brief
yeah, yeah.
discussion, yeah.
So our balance is 168,466.
And you're talking about the adaptive, yeah. And so on that note, I would almost like to bundle our two Department of Interior friends, them and the Vernal Field Office, both with small ask for like important equipment, into one. So I just made a motion on what's else. Those are what I'm thinking.
Is that a motion?
No, that was just
An idea.
an idea for a motion of putting those two together.
So we talked about it briefly. We talked about the Modus ones are less versatile or less universal and.
And there are some Modus ones in that other ask too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but I have seen these Modus ones deployed in multiple areas and.
And they've done it at Zion and Moab and Arches.
They brought up a similar proposal last year. The budget didn't make sense to do it. They took that feedback, and this budget does make sense. And I'm speaking specifically to the National Park Service one.
This would be a Capitol Reef National Park.
Let me just say, I just love the attention to budgets you all do. No, seriously, it's so, I just love, because we have to deal with the budgets. And to have you all be able to evaluate these the way you do, it's so helpful.
So what's the total amount for both of those projects? They're relatively small.
Yeah,
I'm setting
they're
a high point.
13,800 and
10,300.
10,000, so 23, roughly 24,000.
Out of a diversity for project partners and counties,
You know, you go Wayne and you went to county.
and the small amount of the ask and resubmission of the other project, I make a motion to push these two lumped together.
Okay,
Second motion.
my time to shine.
We give it to you.
Yeah, we'll give this one to Jenna. So we have a motion on the table to fund the National Park Service at $10,299.88 and the Bureau of Land Management Vernal Field Office at $13,858. Motion made by Jake, seconded by Jenna. Any discussion on this motion? Hearing none, take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
Hey, Tim, you're on your own. Good luck.
Oh, no.
You got
Sorry.
this.
We
Thanks.
scared
Thank
her
you,
off.
Bo.
That was
it.
it.
She got
Just
what she
write
was
it down, or I can listen to the
It's
last
recording. We
video,
just
the
came
video,
back to it.
last 20 minutes.
She was just here for the
Thank you,
Modus.
Maureen.
I was just here for.
For the Modus stuff. You got what you wanted?
No.
So,
You got Park Service, I'm done.
so we've got about 20 minutes left. Obviously, we can go over, we want to be respectful of your time. Our current balance is 799,000 awarded, leaving about 144,000.
Are all the green projects
No.
either?
Salina's not.
I think, yeah, Salina's the only one that
And Bluff.
hasn't been tabled, or I guess I feel like Bluff was.
Did we decide to move on from Bluff? That seemed to be general
I
consensus.
mean, I'm just facilitating, but that's kind of what I felt the discussion had.
And
Right on.
comparing that to the.
That's good.
Yeah, so other ones we talked about,
Yeah, 22nd
Well,
Warden.
we still have Stewart Moab that we might want to fund.
that's
You
Will
funded
be
it
on
partially,
the
right?
invitation, well, that's one of our higher rated.
Yeah, and
In Ogden.
oh, no,
what's our, can we take a look at just like the statewide spread? And again, this doesn't need to be a priority, you know, it's a priority with our state grants, 'cause, you know, those are state grants. But it can also just be helpful. 60 there.
how much, what's the total?
I can't really see what's.
We have about 144,000 right now.
Yeah.
a tiny bit.
You know, anything you guys want me to break out a little further?
I like the spread of subcategories.
So, as far as funding green things, so the Salina is 114K for land acquisition that.
And they're still working on phase one, right?
I don't
This
think-
would create phase one.
They haven't started construction yet. They've done a lot of their planning. the planning, I mean, and.
But they do have a property and they have a plan.
Properties
they have
acquired
money.
through LWCF.
Yeah,
And they have money and work to do. So it's not like they're just sitting on their hands if they're not funded this cycle.
Yeah.
But, and as I understand it, land acquisition is one of the few things that RTP can fund. So as far as the diversity of funding things, that would be a priority. And it's one of the higher ranked projects that we've eliminated from the others.
And if that remind me, with LWCF, they only fund 50%. So Salina City doesn't have to fund as much through RTP for the property acquisition. It might be out of reach under LWCF.
Right, it would be only a 20% match
Yeah.
with RTP.
So this is a lot more beneficial for them if that's what we want to prioritize.
If we only funded half of that money for land acquisition, could they still move forward with trying to find the other funds if they went back to the?
May I ask if it was covered, who are they acquiring the land from?
The Salina Irrigation Company. I don't know why they-
Publicly owned or is that private? Is that public then or?
It's private.
I really do like the point of low dollar amount for a high amount of acres.
It is, and
And then
part.
it would be preserving it through the state or through
the
Salina City.
Was NEPA totally resolved on this one?
They have the LWCF NEPA for that region of the park, but no, it would not be considered resolved if they're adding additional acreage.
That's one
And
of
that's
my
something that's not in the
concerns.
budget.
Yeah, that's a big.
NEPA's not gonna be out here. So I've done NEPA for several RTP projects in the last couple of years. For small projects like this, it's minimal. I mean, I bill them a nominal fee of like $1,000.
Are you the one that Harriman went through for the Harriman Bike
Is that
Park?
Friends of Harriman?
Yeah, Friends of Harriman.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were expecting that to be a big line item that we were just like got thrown into the mix, and when it came out to be more reasonable, we were like, oh, great, this is really helpful.
Well, and I have a question, where does property acquisition fall with NEPA? Because if you're not doing ground disturbance.
Yeah, that's a good point. UDOT might not require a NEPA review, but if it's going to be anticipated use, they would want to see NEPA. So that's kind of a gray area. Yeah.
But
Yeah, actually.
I'm not concerned about that in the budget, and I've done pro bono work before, because again, it's pretty quick. UDOT really helps, it's fast.
This might be a good opportunity. We saw that actually our FHWA rep has joined the meeting. Trevor, I don't know if I put you on the spot. Introduce yourself, just first of all, introduce yourself to us. And maybe you can help shed some light for us as well.
Yeah, hey guys, sorry, I've been in meetings all day. I've been out for a week, so I'm just getting back, but had meetings all morning and most of the afternoon. So I just wanted to jump on and just say hi and introduce myself. So I'm with Federal Highways, and we primarily work with UDOT, but I'll obviously fund this program as well, and then love working with this. So, but yeah, just glad to jump on for a minute.
Yeah, we appreciate you joining. We have a NEPA question. I don't know if this is your purview, but we're trying to figure out if a land acquisition project would fall under NEPA review, or if that's something that would not necessarily require that.
I would think it would. That's not my background at all. And my NEPA person just left. He left at 2:30 today, or I could ask him, but I can follow up. Maybe while you guys are going, I'll try to run down the hall and see if there's anybody else that knows, but I would assume so in that case.
Right, okay.
Because remember, there's always whether it's federal land or federal dollars, there's an even nexus.
But whether you have to document it at CADX or not is really the question here.
Yeah, we just haven't navigated that yet. RTP, so I mean, exciting. But yeah, Trevor, thanks.
I'll jump out and see if I can get an answer real quick from somebody else though.
Thank you.
We have our council on who just came off mute. Oh, do you have Michelle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Like obviously my very naive understanding was like, well, maybe it wouldn't flag NEPA on the acquisition, but flag it on future.
I would assume if they went for funding,
Yeah.
for construction, it's absolutely going to
It's going to be wrapped up in an easement.
I would have some concerns about the fact that LWCF funded the motorized portion, and that portion is still unclear to me as to how it's going to proceed with the adjoining landowner.
Yeah.
Just another caveat here.
Yeah, maybe we should make them examine it a little more closely by not funding it at this point.
The the 2 points I wanted to make is that one, we tried in the past to do partial funding of the land acquisitions and they got turned back. So
Because they can't.
it's usually an all or nothing. And two, while it isn't really low dollar, there's probably not substantial development pressure right now. So if it's sat a year, it probably isn't gonna change a whole lot.
Get it cheaper.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Or they'll build a demo, I don't know.
But that would give them time to
Judges.
figure out some of the adjacent landowner
Right, give them
issues
time
with
to.
motorized use.
We got a comment
Here.
Nicole as well.
Oh, now I can unmute her, sorry. Let's see. Mute was usually required. I can't get audio. That's because I muted you, so sorry. Now I can't unmute you. So, okay. That's helpful context, Nicole.
So I guess given that, I mean, should we move on and give them some feedback on future?
I may call Brock Jackson with 6th County and just talk with him, and I'll help with that project, especially where it's in Spear County. That's local for me.
I know.
And you, yes.
Yeah.
Drop my name.
Yeah.
Yes.
Their other proposals became a lot of conversation in the UR committee about like,
Okay.
can we dedicate some resources? Like, can we help them with
Okay.
putting this together as a contingent, like fully thought out?
Ah.
It's
Yeah.
clear
Master
they've done
plan.
a ton of work and they are deserving of support. It might just be like, let us get you that last little bit support and then we come in aggressively with the support.
Okay.
Are we good to move on from Selena for?
Yes.
It does feel like it. So,
You and I.
recap, we have about 143, 44. Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, I just want to bring up the remaining ones that we.
Real quick, we do have Trevor hopping back on here. Yeah, Mr. Trevor.
Hey, I just jumped over to one of our engineers and talked to him, and NEPA does need to be complete before there's any purchase done on that thing.
Okay. Helpful info here. Thank you, Trevor.
Yeah.
So as far as the unfunded, or not unfunded, unpushed forward projects that we have that were like, had at least 2, like, highly recommend, we had the access fund one, which is way in the bottom of the list. We have Ogden City one. And
On Ogden City, I would like to see a better application next year that has a clearer budget, the landscaping. I want to see that it's better thought out with parking spaces and how they're really gonna. I mean, there's no question that it will be a valuable project. They just need to show us better, I think.
And I mean, in this year, I think they put in like multiple proposals
Oh,
as a corp.
through various
Through various,
other
yeah.
applications.
Yeah, they're really focusing really hard right now in their development plan.
Okay.
So yeah, and then the third one would be the Stewart one. So those are the 3 that we have talked about that have have 2 or more.
And on the Stewart one, I know I kind of was the one to say like this table, the e-bike maintenance one. I'm almost thinking, because we were like, oh, maybe we'll go back to the Stewart because there's some trail maintenance component to it. I've almost been like, they're the Stewart education expert. Do we want to fund partially Grant County? They are the experts at maintenance to help. So they have a little bit of resources to do any adaptive manners they need of immediate impacts from e-bikes. And so we still fund some trail maintenance in Grant County through the trail maintenance experts. The funding we've already done for education, we've already done to the Stewart. It's kind of my way of framing it.
How much do we have going to Graham County currently?
We have the 45.
Oh yeah, we have the other one as well.
I see 84,220.
And I think all 84,000 of that is not infrastructure. It's all education. Yeah. So.
With that trail optimization, we just don't know what and where the problem would be, but it sounds like the stewardship folks, maybe that's part of what they're gonna be helping with. They're gonna hear where the friction points are. And maybe we can frame it that way that.
Well, you get more bang for buck with the stewardship group doing the 70 miles of trail versus county doing these hotspots, potential hotspots on the e-bike complex.
I mean, they mentioned 185 miles of trail, but I mean, we don't know what they'll actually hit on that.
Yeah, I mean, at one point it was all GCAT and now it's, changed out.
Yeah.
I guess I'm mentioning those three are now including that one because, yeah, the access fund one was ranked really low, and that might have been some of mine, but it was recommended, the recommended fund was high. And that's a historic project that, like, it has really good deliverables. They had a hiccup with the art clearance, and yeah.
And they've been really good about keeping us informed.
Access fund's good to work with, reliable partner.
We've gotten to the bottom of the list of just partial funding, but we can help out.
How much money do we have left? I guess their request is
144,000.
You wanna give 50 to 1, or split it down the middle, give 70 to 30?
Well, note we have Intermountain Trails on here. We still have Jordan River.
No lighting.
If we know that Ogden will be a valuable project, but we don't love their application, can we tell them, hey, like, we're gonna give you this amount of money, but we want these 3 things changed. Can you run it back by us, but we already allocated this amount of funding to you?
So this is a question for Trevor, is landscaping an allowable match?
I can ask him. Trevor, you do that?
I did, and that's, let me look real quick. I just got the guide up here and the glancing through it, so give me a minute.
The resources are limited when it comes to these things.
Which can you, I just got a hard time seeing the spreadsheet kind of, is there a link to that you could send me?
Yes, yeah, I'll send it to you.
I think with a lot of our projects, like with landscaping, I mean, I don't get a lot of heartburn with landscaping, because we want to create beautiful spaces for people, and I think it's a smaller amount. And what we often see, again, I'm just facilitating this. I don't have an opinion, but we will honor certain things as matches because we, like invasive weeds is kind of one that we look at some of our restorations. Like, oh, cool, you're going to do some invasive weeds. Really awesome. That's not really recreation or infrastructure, but it's important, And then I guess maybe it's a matter of how important it is. Maybe it's not something we pay for, but we honor it as a match.
That's fair.
And I can see that on some projects, but this is a paved parking lot with boulders.
Yeah.
What are they landscaping?
Well, and I think that's a really important question. What are they landscaping? Right? We don't really have any information in the site plan. It's like, oh, we're doing native stuff, and here's some interpretive sign of, get them ready for what they're going to see on the trail. We don't really have.
To your point, though, the money that we're giving them will be for the trailhead, not for landscaping. So we would be funding a facility improvement.
But the feedback we could give them is, hey, your application could be really competitive, resolve these issues for next year.
Is there a lot of growth in that area right now, or like any new housing going in, or anything that would cause additional influx of users in the next 12 months?
Other than the increase in population of Ogden and the state in general, that backs up to, I don't know if it's BLM or state land or
Forest
whatever it is, Forest Service land. So, no, but increased popularity of the whole area is what caused the problem to begin with.
Has anybody been to that trailhead and seen how much the parking backs up?
I have. It's pretty bad. It's really bad, and it's a huge neighborhood initiative. People live up on that edge. They're just dealing with it all the time.
Yeah. If they came up short on funds, maybe the neighborhood would just be like, yeah, just solve it. Here's some money. Probably not.
So we're thinking that project, even though it was
It's at the bottom of the front.
at the bottom, might still rank high enough to beat out one of our green projects.
It's a pretty clear impact and low dollar ask.
I gave it a green light. Apparently, that's a big deal. No, and I think I am biased because I have seen the backup on the traffic, and when I saw that project come across, I was like, oh yeah, that totally makes sense.
Well,
but I agree with you, Jen. It was not a very well written proposal.
Ogden's been doing river restoration work heavily for the last 10 years. Wetland restoration, recreational access points, safety. And so the fact that congestion at trailheads shows that the work they're doing is working. I see it as a relatively low dollar ask to give them a
Pat on the back for the work they're doing on the trail.
I'll entertain a motion if anybody is interested.
But do we know that the landscaping is a qualified match, or are we still waiting?
Well, yeah, that's what Patrick's.
So I was just going to mention, I think it kind of gets into a gray area, and to where I think if this is for erosion control or soil stabilization, things of that nature, do you know what I mean? I think it's okay, but I think if it's just to beautify this area and add gardening and things of that nature, do you know what I mean? I think that's where it becomes a stretch. in this thing. So if there's a legit need for this, you know what I mean, and a benefit to the project, then probably a yes. Which one is this again? Because I have the spreadsheet up now, but I can't see super well online which one we're on.
Remember, that's the Ogden City Corporation. So it's it's the 25th row. And if you click that blue link there on under application title, that'll take you to the folder, so you can see the budget, the photos, all that stuff.
I don't remember seeing anything in the project description about landscaping, solving an erosion problem or a weed problem. And I was surprised to see it in the budget at all.
If you look at the concept plan, that's pretty flat.
So one opportunity here, I think, we require at least a 20% match. You could make a motion to fund it at 80%, leaving that 20% remainder of allowable costs as a match.
Well, so I was going to say the same thing on that, because this one has a total project cost of 106,000, and so you're far overmatched. Like on this thing, so we just require the 80% match. So they've got a lot of additional funds there potentially in this project to use above and beyond that they can mark as ineligible. Because your 20% match, those costs have to be eligible as well. But again, we're far and above beyond that, so they could potentially pay for it with their own funds if there is landscaping they want done.
Okay.
But do we know they have that funding available?
It's Ogden City.
I don't know.
I think we should
I'm
fund it partially.
gonna make a motion.
Do we have a number?
So you're saying we could even justify funding it at 100% with the remaining materials or in-kind cost share that they
I
had?
feel like they would be a little short, because like if we take out the 30,000 essentially, which is landscaping, that makes their total project cost closer to 70,000. And then their match is coming in as a form of in-kind outside of that, where like we require at least half of their match be cash. Like we want to see some cash into these projects. And so I think the safest thing would be to kind of pretend that 29,000 doesn't exist. So kind of look at the total project cost closer to 76,000 and then try to figure out what is 80% of that 76,000. Because even at the 15,000, like that's great. It's good in-kind leveraging, but we require cash as part of the plan as well.
So we funded at 55,000 then? That sounds reasonable?
Yeah, I mean, if you cut out the contingency, all the total cost is 50. Just the request is 50,000.
I bet we could fund it at 50 and
That's
then still get it done.
That sounds good to me.
I would second that motion.
I can't make a motion.
Okay, so I will invite a motion.
To make a motion to fund that project, or to recommend funding that project at 50,000.
Christian at 50K.
Are we comfortable with 50,529?
Yes.
Okay.
I second that motion, as long as it's 55,529.
Alright, 50,529.
Yeah.
5529.
Okay, so the motion was made by Christian, seconded by Alex. All right, any discussion on that? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and take a vote. All in favor of funding the 22nd Street Trailhead at $50,529, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that passes. All right. What's up for the total left? We're gonna have around 95,000 or so left.
Math, yeah, 93,779 remaining.
Is the greens unfunded?
Maybe it's what for Science Moab and Stewart Moab partially funded.
And honestly, I'd like to, if we're talking like, drags at the access fund one, I'm wondering if my numbers are what brought it down to yellow. I also funded it. I also gave it a high priority though, knowing a long history of that.
Is it worth looking at the budget?
Yeah, I think like 50K, somewhere around like 40 to 50K, they could get some of the volunteer stuff done.
Well, I know they really were seeking some help with the archaeological components.
And that's not necessarily stuff you can get volunteers on.
Right.
Or hire professional qualified.
I just want to bring attention again, we are at time right now. Obviously, we are here to finish this, but just thank you.
Yeah.
It feels like we're getting close, but if anybody needs to leave, you absolutely can.
Okay.
And then you sit back.
So if we give them our remaining $93,000, we funded about half.
Are you speaking to the access fund or the Stewart
The access fund. The other one's still got partial funding. This one we get partial funding. It's not an insignificant amount of money.
And the science mod one we didn't fund, right?
We
did.
We did
fund
the
it.
education.
45, didn't
Yeah, so Grand County's got a lot of love.
Yeah, is this
San
Grand? or
Juan,
is
this
this-
is
Oh,
San
Juan.
That's what I thought.
I think we've done a lot, which is great. I mean, it's
Yeah.
a very popular, non-resource part of the state.
I also want to go talk to my commissioners, but yes, it is.
Can we see the pie chart for subcategories of different sports that we're investing in?
Yeah. So we'll break down here.
I want to see, like, how does climbing's chunk of the pie compare to the, number of users chunk of pie?
Climbing's only essentially 9%. So we funded $76,000 worth of climbing.
And how many,
So
what
is that
percentage of
proportional?
trail users are? I would
Yeah.
argue that
Is
there's
there,
less trail users. Yes, less. than climbers. What do you think?
My comment was gonna be that it's a more expensive maintenance cost for that type of recreation. So we couldn't do an apples to apples, just pure numbers. comparison.
If we had just a smaller chunk of money for this access fund project, right?
93,000.
Could we propose to them of just addressing the user because again, this is phase 2 of phase 5, I think. So this is the end of their whole strategy that they came to the state with, I think, 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And
So
then
we funded it through RTP in the past.
yeah, and they were pretty deliberate, as I remember, of like how it goes. This became phase 2 of the last phase because of this ARC thing. So is there a rational conversation we had? Because if we give them the partial funding, the way this budget is set out, like it seemed like they're pretty explicit, like it's going to cost this much money. Yeah. But and granted, this is all reimbursable cost, right? So we're not losing any money if we give them that, and they can't do that, and that goes back into the pot.
And the partnerships down there, I mean, could Years Foundation or some of the other groups down there help fill the gap? It's hypothetical.
It's hypothetical. The longest, it took me forever to get them to work with Bears Ears and not just the Ancestral Lands Program, which is an out-of-state company.
Isn't Grand Canyon Trust doing work down there? They funded NEPA down there before.
Yes, yeah, Grand Canyon Trust does. I love honestly love to see Nature Conservancy have more skin in this game, but that's because
That's my biggest thing. Is they're only putting like $500 or something.
all their focus right now is for riparian stuff because of the BLM agreement. They're not cultural stuff is not high on their list.
Is there an area in that budget that makes sense to fund at $93,000 that allows them to have the impact and allows us to feel good about being responsible with this state funding?
I mean, I don't want to be too cynical, but like if we give them partial funding, like I imagine they would want to prioritize the line items that goes directly to them, and they probably cut like Candy Country Youth Corps, and like they're going to probably fund their crews.
We can specify.
I mean, yeah, I guess it's hard to imagine. They'd be like, okay, we won't fund our crews, we'll hire conservation corps.
Well, and I guess my ultimate question is, if this doesn't go through, will there be climbing stewards? Like thinking of comparing these two apples to oranges, will there be climbing stewards in one of the most high impacted climbing areas in our state, which is Indian Creek?
They are a national organization, which means they have a reach for more money. Yeah. I'd say like anyone else on this entire list.
That is very true.
But I mean, they've been wonderful partners for a very long time. They're the only ones doing this work. I think the Steward program has been incredible. It's much like the Trail Passer program is on site. Yeah, the archaeology, that's been the big hiccup as they've been trying to complete the previous phases as well. What is the cost on the ARC? Do they?
Yeah, it's 33,000, and I'll note, like most of this is ongoing labor that's already occurring. Like I was kind of surprised to see some of these other components because they have quite a few active projects going on, and the only real thorn in their side has been this archaeological survey holding them back. And frankly, I would have liked to have seen a little more support from some other partners to help with that. But
Well, I think one thing because some of this is private, some of it's BLM, some of it is Nature Conservancy down there. So there is kind of a bit of a web, but I think the work that they're trying to do right now, it's being almost required that they have an on-site archaeologist, essentially supervising the crew the entire time. So they're basically just a new crew member.
it's, what I'm trying to get at is if we fund the ARC, are they just out there staring at nothing? Because there's no crew that's also funded as part of it, you know? I don't know.
Can we fund the crew and the ARC?
So there's a couple different crews going on here. That's the thing.
Part of my point is if we fund it at half as a nonprofit, so like I said, they got national reach. But it's gonna be a lot easier for them to go to somebody and say, we got this half funded, can you match the half? And saying we got 0% funded, can you pay for the whole, right?
I thought the archaeological request was going to support a previously funded grant, which is again why I'm surprised to see all these other expenses on here. Yeah.
Did they go for outdoor rec?
No, not this year.
It surprises me too, because
Oh.
that would have made up this gap.
Phase one, this is for phase one of phase
Oh.
four.
They've definitely gotten.
This,
Yeah,
well, I think
in
on
the
phase two, I
past,
think
but
we're on
this year they did
phase
not.
3 right now. I think. Phase 3.
So that's an underutilized, the double match there
Yeah.
was underutilized.
Especially because they're overmatched for this, and I think one of the big pickups, well, they'd be in San Juan County, which is also like a 20% match as well. Yeah, I'm not sure, I don't know whether.
Because if they had double matched the state funds to this wouldn't be a problem.
They have a board member on that committee, so that helps.
And I don't know, unless I'm seeing this wrong, we have basically these two last things, right? Steward and
Yeah, it
access
seems.
fund.
We gave Steward educational.
Yeah, like as far as like the partial conversation of projects that we haven't like passed on.
There is the Jordan River lighting project, but it seems to kind of move past that one.
Be hard to do, yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Is there, I need a dumb question, has any money gone to Salt Lake County? They have Avalanche Center, yes.
Yeah.
That's statewide though.
Yeah.
It's
What
rare
about
for
the-
Salt Lake County.
No,
to
you-
get
Climbers
something.
Alliance,
Yeah.
was that in Salt Lake?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
mean, they're doing work in American Fork
I
as
mean,
well.
so it's just outside of
So
Salt Lake
it's-
County.
We'll call that Wasatch Front, I guess. Salt Lake County.
I mean, for the sake of a rounding up number and time, like, what if we make a motion, I'm not making a motion right here, make a motion to then do Steward and access fund at the remaining dollar amounts, split right down the middle, partial funding, with all of the feedback that we've given and recommendations, knowing that the funds are reimbursable.
Yeah, because they could always just say, we can't do it with this, use it for next year's grant.
But they can then use it to leverage getting other funding out.
And
Yeah.
Stewart is good friends with the trail folks here, so they can work that
I think that's a good
message back and forth.
Yeah, that's true.
I can give some feedback.
Okay.
Also, historically,
We're sending our own best.
historically, there's usually a conversation beforehand of how many grants get put in.
Yeah.
And it's a little shocking to see each entity.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
So what are those amounts, Evan? I saw you do math there.
Yeah, so you were saying just go ahead and split the remaining balance here. So that'd be 46,889 to each applicant. So
I would like to make a motion to recommend funding, the remaining funding of 46,000, whatever Evan just said.
889.
Split that amount down the middle of the remaining funds
That
to
is
both
the
the
middle,
access fund and Stewart project.
Okay, so motion on the table. I want to just get a little clarity on that real quick because there was some intent. With the Steward Moab, what is our intent on that one with that 48? Because we have on-site trail education. Do we have intent or is this use this the best you can?
So I have 2 cents on it.
Please.
It, like, again, their mission is education. And I guess I worry, like, we can say their intent is to do like more maintenance with it, but like that is not their like expertise and skills. And that's where I would almost rather this partial funding go to Grant County because that is their expertise. And they can still work together. We have some going to education already, but I don't think we're gonna get the maintenance side of it through, like, we're gonna get more ambassadors out there, you know, in the name of light trail maintenance.
I feel comfortable with that.
Yeah, I would rather the 46 go to people who are like, can see an impact and they're gonna do something on the dirt.
So
Should we
you're
give
saying
that
the
to
e-bike work?
Yeah, yeah.
And just to kind of get us back where, so there is a motion on the table currently. I was just trying to get clarity on that. You can do a substitute motion, we can wait for a second, so.
I'll move on that motion.
I think I would rather see the money go to the access fund than the
So-
optimization, because they have clear.
Yeah, so the full 90.
They know what they're doing.
My
The
worry is-
Did I
optimization-
remove my motion?
You can rescind your
My
motion.
I
worry is-
rescind my motion.
My worry is if we
Let's
cut it in
start that way.
half and only fund a quarter of it, we dilute it too much. And they're gonna say we can't do anything with this.
So just to recap, there is no motion on the floor. It has been rescinded by the motion maker. Robert's rules, baby. I do like the idea though. The reason partial funding makes sense is because the access fund is already, they can use those funds for partial things. They're already in phase one and they're trying to figure out how to do phase three. And I actually, now that I'm thinking about it, 'cause I kind of forgot that we just tabled the other proposal that, and if Grand County really did, they could use that money to also sponsor trail work. through
Yeah,
the
and
nonprofit.
it did score higher than the two things we're talking about.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think there's still a big value to it. I didn't think it needed the whole amount to address unforeseen e-bike issues, but there will be issues. And they should have some ability to address them. And then they can come back and ask for more once they have a better sense. But I don't want to hamstring them from being able to take care of impacts that they're gonna see immediately.
Yeah, I mean, just going on the record, I would just love to see the Steward program understand that if they just switch to actually doing light trail work, that it would be a fundable thing.
Yeah.
All right, so we're still doing the 46,899 to access fund, but then taking the other 46,899 from trail stewards and giving it to the county.
We haven't given it to anyone yet?
Yeah.
That
would be what my thought.
That would be the motion.
That's about what the
Grand County and access fund.
That sounds good to me. Okay, so it sounds like there is momentum for a motion.
And yeah, they're just both maintenance where I think they can take that amount of money and they'll know the best way to execute it on the ground and to leverage it hopefully into other dollars.
All right, I'm playing devil's advocate here. Based on the ranking, do we give the partial funding to the access fund as much as I truly like? If it's really between the stewards and the Grand County program, do we just split it between those two? I'm not saying I have strong opinions about either one at this point. My head hurts. Battle between San Juan and Grand County.
Can you pull up the counties again?
All right, hold it. I like the idea of funding the access fund.
Yeah, do? Yeah. Anybody can make a motion at any time. Except for Brandon and Justin. I feel like I need to accuse myself.
I will make a motion to fund access fund and Grand County both at 46,889.
No change.
That amount.
No change, awesome, okay.
Yeah.
And it's just so I get the intent to use the best they see fit within their project budget. Correct. Right. So a motion is on the table made by Patrick to fund the remainder, half of the remainder to the access fund and Grand County, each at $46,889. Any seconds to the motion? Second. All right.
Good job.
I'm just trying to do.
Looking forward to
Thank you. Seconded by Jake. Any discussion on that motion? Any more discussion? Maybe I should say. Okay, hearing none, I will take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Okay.
And also-
I rule that passes.
It's nice because it adds some slush case the math is wrong.
The math?
The
math's math,
That
y'all.
total, if there's any.
Math is math.
Okay,
Hey,
well.
what about that 41 cents?
Oh, crud. No, I have a balance of $0.00 here.
Nice work.
Well done, everybody.
Yay. So, I just, first thing, gavel, gavel, gavel. No, I just want to take a moment. Thank you, Trevor, for attending. Paul, thank you for all of your AV work. Carmen as well. Brett, thank you for joining us online. Definitely want a big shout out to Evan. Did a lot of work this year. I think the spreadsheet is fantastic.
Yeah, great job.
But then a huge thank you to you all. Again, we are trying to figure out what this program means. I think a lot of the discussion here was really helpful. I'm going to have Evan, do a nice little survey with you all. And some of the questions I have, I don't want to take too much more of your time, but do we reduce our amount? Since we do focus on partials, do we bring it down to $100,000? Do we try to be more specific with the type of education we're looking for? there's gonna be a lot of questions. I really want this to have a strong place in our kind of portfolio of programs that have to be really meaningful, whatever that looks like. But all the discussion we have here, it's just super helpful, and I know you all took a lot of time to evaluate these in this meeting. So just want to say thank you, and turn it over to our actual admin. If you guys have anything else.
No, I'll just echo what you're saying. I mean, I'm just blown away every year with like the effort that goes into dissecting these projects, seeing the stuff that like I just couldn't even dream of digging up. Like, so I mean, you guys put in the hours, you put in your energy, you're busy people. So just thank you. Like, it means the world to us, and it means the world to the applicants. So we really appreciate it. And yeah, I mean, as Patrick said, I am going to send out a survey. I think there has been a lot of questions over, what the direction of this program should be in the future, and I think there's more and more people kind of vying for this funding. So like, if we can make a case for like its best use and have a good plan, I think that really helps ensure this lasts for a long time.
Well, I will entertain one more motion.
I would like to make a motion to dismiss for the day.
Sure.
Thank y'all so much.
There was no second. There was no vote.